The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 30th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Pete Stauber to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with immense pride that I rise to recognize my longtime friend, Pembroke Pines Mayor Frank Ortis. Mayor Ortis has been a resident of Pembroke Pines since 1977 and has a long history of service to our community. He was elected to the Pembroke Pines City Commission in 1996 and elected as its mayor in 2004, serving at that position for the last 20 years. His ties run deep, as he has served and serves on numerous boards and committees, including the Broward and Florida League of Cities, chairman of the United States Conference of Mayors Committee on Jobs, Education, and the Workforce, the Mayors Conference vice chair for Sports and Recreation, Tourism, Arts, Parks, Entertainment, and Sports, and the Broward County Workforce One Development Board. A graduate of the Pittsburgh Institute of Aeronautics, Mayor Ortis also served as president of the Florida State Council of Machinists and Aerospace Workers and as president of the Broward County AFL-CIO. His work to improve the lives of working families made transformative impacts throughout the Sunshine State. As a devoted public servant for more than 27 years, Mayor Ortis helped transform the city of Pembroke Pines into a world-class city to live, work, and visit. His leadership expanded the city's arts and culture footprint, its outstanding schools, and the recreational offerings it provides for residents of all ages. Under his leadership, Pembroke Pines was designated as an all-American city, which recognizes communities that, quote, leverage civic engagement, collaboration, inclusiveness, and innovation to successfully address local issues. That's a very apt description for the imprint Mayor Ortis has and continues to make. Mayor Frank Ortis leads with his heart, and on behalf of the people of Florida's 25th Congressional District, we are grateful for his leadership and wish him well on his retirement from public service. I will miss him. I will miss working alongside him, but our loss is his family's gain. I wish Frank a hearty congratulations on his retirement, and am grateful for his invaluable work for the residents of Pembroke Pines, Broward County, and the state of Florida. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since President Biden took office, inflation has risen by over 17.2%. This spike in prices from the gas pump to the grocery store has forced Americans to spend additionally $11,000 a year just to afford basic goods. A family can't afford repair bills that have increased due to inflation. Young people cannot save money to buy a home when the price of rent has increased by 18%. And seniors can't afford their medications when food prices have risen by 20% in just 3 years. This inflation is a tax on each and every American, and it is caused by the runaway spending of President Joe Biden's budget. American families cannot afford to carry on with business as usual. Our country cannot afford for inflation to outpace wages year after year while American families pay the price. And the Biden administration promotes continued reckless spending. At a time when Americans are already paying high heating prices, President Biden canceled the sale of liquefied natural gas, cutting jobs here at home and raising the cost to heat our homes. It's time to address the inflation caused by Joe Biden's 3-year spending spree. It's time now to return to fiscal responsibility. It's time to stop growing energy programs. Americans are counting on us to stop this out-of-control inflation. And it's time that the president puts what's good for our country ahead of what would benefit him politically. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this past week, we learned that the Biden administration's open border policies have allowed an al-Shabaab terrorist to live freely in the United States for almost a year. By promoting catch and release policies that allowed this to occur, President Biden has shown that he is uninterested in keeping American communities safe. Ending the Remain in Mexico policy, reinstating catch and release, and halting the construction of our border wall have led to a record surge of illegal immigrants and a surge of illegal drugs pouring into our nation, including deadly fentanyl. On Wednesday, December 7, 2022, Border Patrol agent Raul Gonzalez was killed in the line of duty just outside of Mission, Texas, while pursuing a group of illegal immigrants. This week, it is critical that we pass the Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act to protect our border communities by criminalizing fleeing from agents or officers during a high-speed chase. Americans deserve a border that is secure and a nation that is safe. President Biden needs to immediately take action to re-secure our border and stop the flow of deadly drugs and illegal immigrants into these great United States. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our law enforcement officers risk their lives every day to keep our communities safe. Last month, that bravery was put on full display when first responders were called to UNLV during a horrific active shooter alert, which tragically ended in the deaths of 3 professors and the traumatization of countless other students and staff. Among those first responders were Metro officers Jacob Noriega and Ty Vesperas, who encountered a 4th shooting victim immediately upon arriving at the scene. With Officer Noriega applying pressure to the victim's chest wound and Officer Vesperas racing them in a cruiser to a nearby ambulance, these officers were critical in saving the victims' lives. They are heroes who ran toward danger. That's why we must stand by our law enforcement when they see an opportunity to help someone in need. They don't hesitate. These heroic actions in the face of a deadly threat were a silver lining in a very dark day in our community. The recognition they received for their life-saving efforts from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is well-deserved. I will continue to do everything I can in Congress to make sure our law enforcement has all the support they need to protect Southern Nevada families. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Rabbi Felipe Goodman for his 25 years of dedicated service to Temple Beth Shalom in Southern Nevada. Before joining Temple Beth Shalom in 1998, Rabbi Goodman served as the assistant rabbi in Comunidad Bet El de Mexico in Mexico City, one of the largest conservative synagogues in Latin America. Rabbi Goodman has served as the senior rabbi of Temple Beth Shalom in Las Vegas for 25 years, where his charisma and dedication has made a profound impact on our community. His dedication has increased attendance at Shabbat services significantly during his tenure and transformed Temple Beth Shalom into a more vibrant, stronger congregation. In 2013, Rabbi Goodman was selected by the Daily Forward as one of America's most inspiring rabbis among the distinguished 36 rabbis shaping the 21st century. In the past, he has served as a member of the Chancellor's Rabbinic Advisory Committee at the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, a member of the Executive Committee of the Rabbinical Assembly, and as president of the Board of Rabbis of Southern Nevada. Mr. Speaker, please join me in honoring Rabbi Felipe Goodman for his many years of dedicated service to Southern Nevada, and congratulating Rabbi Goodman on his 25th anniversary jubilee. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Cecil Obrate, who passed away on January 20th at the age of 95. Cecil was born in 1928 at the beginning of the Great Depression. Throughout his childhood, he worked countless jobs to help support his family, eventually moving from Oklahoma to Kansas to farm 3,000 acres of rented Kansas farmland with his grandparents when he was 18. There, he met the love of his life, Frances Cole, with whom he celebrated 76 years of marriage together last year. By 1966, Cecil had invested in agriculture equipment manufacturing, and by 1984, he'd become an oil and gas producer in Kansas. At the end of his life, Cecil was the largest independent oil and gas producer in the entire state of Kansas, and he owned those original 3,000 acres that he rented in 1948, along with farmland across Kansas and Colorado, the fruit of a lifetime of tireless work and ingenuity. Cecil was a jack of all trades. In addition to farming, equipment manufacturing, and oil and gas production, Cecil was a community bank owner, an ethanol producer, and a real estate developer. In 2013, Cecil and Frances established the Obrate Foundation, which has provided nearly $7 million in college scholarships to students, many of whom grew up in poverty and in the foster care system. Cecil was also a major benefactor to his beloved Oklahoma State University, making transformational investments in the university's athletics programs. Cecil lived by his motto, "Make it happen." He once said, "I have found no substitute for an honest day's work, an inquisitive mind, and a desire to always do more." In all that he did, Cecil lived out the Kansas conservative values of faith, family, hard work, personal responsibility, and love for neighbor. Cecil was a loving father and devoted husband who was blessed to live long enough to meet his great-great-granddaughter. His legacy of generosity and leadership will be missed dearly. To Cecil's wife, Frances, his 4 sons, Patrick, Michael, Steve, and Mark, along with their wives, and his 8 grandchildren, 12 great-grandchildren, and his great-great-granddaughter, as well as his business partners and the entire American Warrior family, my thoughts and prayers are with you as you remember Cecil's legacy of love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a group of Minnesota heroes. Earlier this month, the Washington County Drug Task Force, made up of law enforcement from Dakota, Ramsey, and Washington counties, successfully executed the largest fentanyl seizure in Minnesota history. The officers seized over 30,000 grams of fentanyl pills and charged 6 individuals for their role in trafficking these drugs. It's difficult to comprehend the devastation that could have fallen these families if those pills had reached our community. In Minnesota, we know that fighting the fentanyl crisis will require all members of our community to do their part. From those dedicated members of Minnesota law enforcement to the parents and advocates who've shared their stories with me, to the educators working to raise awareness about the dangers of illicit drugs, we all have a role to play in saving lives and addressing this crisis. That's why I'm working across the aisle to expand overdose prevention tools and hold drug traffickers accountable. Thank you from a grateful community to every member of law enforcement for the work you do every day to keep our communities safe. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the story of Naama Levy. Naama is just 19 years old. Before October the 7th, she was full of joy with dreams of helping people in need. She was last recorded on a cell phone being dragged by her hair at gunpoint, injured and bound by Hamas terrorists in Gaza. On October the 7th, Naama and more than 240 other men, women, and children were kidnapped from their homes and their communities, as even more innocent people were killed, sexually assaulted, and tortured. Naama and 135 other hostages are still being held captive in Gaza, enduring unspeakable trauma at the hands of Hamas, who refuse to let them go. I stand here today to demand that Hamas release Naama immediately with all of the other hostages. And I stand with Israel as it works to destroy Hamas and free Naama and its other citizens wrongfully held by this terrorist group. It's past time we bring Naama home. We must bring them all home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank the more than 4,700 credit unions across the country, including 86 chartered in my home state of Minnesota. As not-for-profit, member-owned financial institutions, credit unions work every day to improve the financial well-being of American households and communities, including the nearly 300,000 credit union members in Minnesota's 2nd District. It's estimated that Minnesota credit unions have provided more than $227 million in direct financial benefit to our state. Local branches in the 2nd District have done important work, helping customers gain early access to their paychecks, supporting local school athletic programs and veterans organizations, and hosting community events. Our credit unions have put community and customer trust first. This month, credit unions in Minnesota and nationwide will be represented by the newly launched America's Credit Unions to better serve the more than 140 million people who rely on them for financial well-being. I am a proud supporter of Minnesota and America's credit unions in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Biden's open border policies have rolled out the welcome mat for illegals, for drug traffickers, for terrorists, for foreign nationals with ties to China. Under President Biden's watch, 302,000 illegals were apprehended at our border in December, the highest number ever recorded, which means roughly 10,000 illegal immigrants are crossing our border every single day. The chaos and lawlessness must end. That's why I voted to secure the Border Act, to finish the wall, and fully fund our Border Patrol agents. That's why I introduced Sarah's Law in honor of 21-year-old Sarah Root, who was killed by an illegal immigrant who was driving while drunk, to detain and prosecute illegal immigrants who seriously injure or kill American citizens. That's why I also introduced legislation to seize money from drug cartels so that we can finish the border wall and keep deadly fentanyl out of our rural communities. On my 36-county tour of Iowa, I have heard from countless Iowans who want to secure the border and keep our communities safe. And so do I. I promise that I will continue to hold President Biden accountable for his open border policies that are extremely reckless and destroying our country. I will vote to impeach Secretary Mayorkas for his dereliction of duties when it comes to our border. The American people and Iowans deserve nothing less. Mr. Speaker, China is the greatest threat to our country and our economy. Over the last several years, China has deployed spy balloons in our airspace to surveil our military bases, bought up our farmland, unleash COVID-19 virus on the world, and manufacture deadly fentanyl that's pouring over our border. We must counter China's aggression with American strength. This Congress, I voted to impose sanctions on Chinese fentanyl manufacturers, condemn China's illegal spy balloons, and banned oil sales from our strategic petroleum reserves that are going to China. I'm so glad that my bill to ban China from buying American farmland passed the House last March. When I'm traveling all 36 counties in my district, stopping China from buying our farmland is one of the top concerns of Iowans. That's why Mr. President must sign this legislation into law to keep American farmland in the hands of the American farmer, not our foreign enemies. While China invests heavily in their military and works to destabilize our country, I will work nonstop to protect our families, farmers, and businesses from China. On this mission, we cannot falter. And so long as I'm in Congress, we won't. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to advise and amend my remarks.
Without objection.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, it's been 112 days since Hamas' horrific attacks on Israel on October 7th. It's also been 1 year and 11 months since Putin launched his brutal invasion of Ukraine. The world's on fire with conflict, and democratic countries are under attack. For months, Ukraine and Israel aid has been held hostage by a significant number of my Republican colleagues who appear to have taken the side of Russia. Putin and Iran's Ayatollah are enjoying these political fights, which is only giving them advantage. These war criminals, I'm talking about Putin and the Ayatollah, are seizing on opportunities regardless of the cost. Just as Iran has enabled their terrorist proxies, the Houthis are attacking our military. Our actions today will determine the future success of democracies and free societies around the world. That's really what's at stake. I've been to Ukraine twice in the last year. I've been to Israel many times. Democracy is critical in those parts of the world. They share our values and freedoms that we cherish. I've been to Gaza, where Hamas has oppressed the Palestinian people with poverty, violence, and a lack of opportunity, and used them as human shields. We must help the Palestinian people out of this horrific situation, starting with humanitarian aid. The Palestinians have a right to determine their own future under a two-state solution. We need to pass the supplemental aid package to provide immediate assistance as we have before in a bipartisan effort. We need to equip Ukraine and Israel with the critical security and military needs to defend their sovereignties. By the way, we do this, when we do this, we defend democracy, our democracy and democracies around the world. We do this in our own interests. Along with humanitarian aid for Palestinians and the Armenian refugees removed from their historical homes in Nagorno-Karabakh, these are all part of what the supplemental package does, and by the way, provides assistance for Taiwan. All this costs the United States less than 1% of our GDP without any U.S. troops on the ground. Let me repeat that, less than 1% of our GDP. No U.S. troops are being impacted directly. Ukraine has regained 50% of the land of Russia originally took, and they've reopened the Black Sea to export grain. Impacts on Russia. Russia's lost over 315,000 troops and 2/3 of their pre-invasion tanks. I tell you, this has been a very good deal for our adversary, Russia, for us. And Ukrainian president has said in the chamber 2 years ago, this is an investment in global security and democracy. Also, we need to get the hostages released by Hamas that Israel has been working on, and there are negotiations taking place right now. We know that with the recent election in Taiwan, as a prime example, there is a new chapter in their future democracy. But we must send a strong message to Putin of Russia, to Xi of China, and the Ayatollah of Iran, and its terrorist proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas. These are adversaries of the United States, and therefore we must be together as a country, as Americans, in a bipartisan fashion. So House Republicans who are demanding border security in exchange for this package, it's been put on the table. We're negotiating it. But if they're serious about border security, I think they would want to work and see the final language on the product that the Senate is working on before condemning it and criticizing it. Democrats have put forth dozens of bipartisan bills like the American Dream Act, the Promise Act, the Farm Worker Modernization Act, none of which have been brought forward as a vote, and many of them are bipartisan. As the bipartisan group of senators finalize their border deal, but unfortunately, extreme MAGA Republicans and Donald Trump want to torpedo it for what? Political reasons. The border is a problem. We agree, and we have a legislative solution before us. It is the height of hypocrisy to say, well, no, we're not going to do anything right now. It's really a problem. It really is a problem, but we're going to wait for 10 months. My gosh, what's wrong with us? The American public gets this. President Biden's ready to sign this deal in its current form and to address the surge of migrants and hire more Border Patrol agents and to combat the flow of fentanyl and human trafficking. He's ready to do that now. We ought to be working together, not waiting to some election after November. Congress cannot lose sight of what's at stake. We can walk and talk and chew gum at the same time. We can get assistance to Ukraine, to Israel, along with border security. That's our job. That's what we're supposed to do. And by the way, get a budget too. This Congress is doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. So let's stop with the politics. Our national security depends upon it. Let's get a deal done. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, after nearly a year-long thorough investigation by the House Committee on Homeland Security, House Republicans have released articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas for his willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and breach of the public trust. As many of my fellow Tennesseans know, for quite some time now, I have fully supported the House's efforts to examine whether Secretary Mayorkas has committed an impeachable offense. Now, after an investigation into the causes, costs, and consequences of Secretary Mayorkas' actions that have exacerbated this historic humanitarian crisis at our southern border, the time has come to officially release articles of impeachment. According to the House Committee on Homeland Security, DHS Secretary Mayorkas is, quote, chiefly responsible for the chaos and devastation that has unfolded over the past 3 years, close quote, at America's borders and ports of entry. The committee has found that Secretary Mayorkas violated his oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States by willfully and systematically refusing to comply with federal immigration laws. He has also acted in a manner subversive of the law. These subversive actions and willful negligence of our country's laws have led to an unprecedented level of illegal immigration at our southern border and ports of entry, a fentanyl crisis killing thousands of Tennesseans, and skyrocketing financial costs on the U.S. taxpayers. That's why the first article of impeachment being released is entitled Willful and Systemic Refusal to Comply with the Law. The second article of impeachment being released is entitled Breach of the Public Trust. As a cabinet official and someone in the line of succession to the presidency, the American people must trust Secretary Mayorkas to say and do the right thing. Unfortunately, he has done exactly the opposite. He has knowingly made false statements about his refusal to comply with the law and the impact his decisions have had. He has even obstructed the committee's work to save the American people from this catastrophe. We must take all national security threats seriously, and after a thorough, fair, and comprehensive investigation into Secretary Mayorkas remaining in his position is a threat to our national security. Not only has he willfully ignored his constitutional duty to defend our country and breached the public trust, but he has also demonstrated an unwillingness to change course or correct his mistakes. One could only presume that he would continue to be a threat to the health of our nation, its security, and our Constitution. Americans deserve better than what they're getting. Every town in America doesn't have to be a border town. We must exercise our constitutional duty and hold Secretary Mayorkas accountable to our best abilities. It is therefore my sad but straightforward duty to vote for his impeachment and support his removal from office. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of our society's greatest failures is our inability to equip and inform our families at the time of greatest stress and vulnerability, the end of life. Even though Sarah Palin lied about death panels, I am proud to have been the foremost champion of protecting families and equipping them with the information they need to make those decisions before they're too late, to inform those decisions and guarantee their wishes were respected and enforced. No one wants to die in a hospital room, but sadly, too many people do so. Separated from their loved ones, too many are isolated from family and friends in those final hours. It doesn't have to be that way. I fought for years to raise awareness, to equip families to protect themselves and their loved ones, and to encourage doctors to have those often difficult conversations, to do their part for that information. I led the battle for the federal government to put a value on those discussions. The federal government would spend tens of thousands of dollars for a 96-year-old woman with terminal cancer, but wouldn't pay $150 for her doctor to have the discussion with her and her family, to understand her choices, how to manage it, and how to make sure her choices, whatever they were respected and enforced. I led the battle for the federal government to put a value on that protection by adding end-of-life conversations to the list of services eligible for Medicare reimbursement. It took longer, is made more difficult by Sarah Palin's lies about death panels, but nonetheless, we won that fight. Now doctors have the opportunity to invest their time and energy to have those often difficult discussions. This work ultimately had bipartisan, bicameral support. I enjoyed my partnership with the late Senator Johnny Isakson, with Senator Mark Warner. We finally changed that policy for federal government, but sadly, too few people today take advantage of it until it's too late and their loved ones face end of life at a hospital, hooked up to some impersonal machine. There are great resources and protections, but only if we help people understand how to take advantage of them. For example, advance directives capture the wishes of the patient and have an enforceable document. Or hospice care, which is not just for the final hours of life. Hospice often today is many days, even weeks. President Jimmy Carter is the best example of living with hospice, a higher quality of care. Actually, many people on hospice actually live longer and enjoy that higher quality of life with their families. I'm proud of our progress, but so much more needs to be done to protect our families when they are most vulnerable and in need. One other item. We all need to do our part by filling out advance directives and making our wishes known so people don't have to guess what our wishes are. It's the least we can do for our families and loved ones. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize the extraordinary life of my good friend Geraldine Jerry Mills Sutton. Jerry was born and raised in Greenville, North Carolina, and described herself as a daughter of Eastern North Carolina. A passionate educator, Jerry started her career with the Virginia State Department of Education. Following her tenure, she traveled the world working with the United Nations and advocating for the improvement of educational systems in developing countries. As someone who has done so much medical work in these developing countries, I've seen firsthand how desperately needed good educational systems are. Jerry saw this and put her words into action. She returned to Eastern North Carolina then with an unwavering commitment to better her community and spearheaded the restoration of the Red Banks Primitive Baptist Church in Greenville, North Carolina. After settling in Beaufort, North Carolina, a beautiful eastern coastal town, Jerry immersed herself in the vibrant, rich, and welcoming community there. She found solace in the beauty of the coastal environment and enjoyed gazing out at the sunset from the porch of her home. In 2017, she took the role of founding trustee and president of the Maritime Heritage Foundation of Beaufort, where I served as an honorary trustee and was honored to work with her also. Her leadership played a pivotal role in establishing the foundation Gallants Channel Campaign Cabinet, which advanced fundraising for expanding the North Carolina Maritime Museum. Under her leadership, they raised $1.5 million for the foundation, and campaigning our legislators in Raleigh received $3 million funded by the North Carolina General Assembly. Jerry peacefully passed away on January 3rd, surrounded by her loved ones in Durham. Her enduring legacy of stewardship and compassion and humanitarian spirit continues to touch the lives of all those she encountered. Today we honor Jerry for her inspiring life and the tremendous legacy of love and commitment she had. I rise, Mr. Speaker, today to honor and recognize Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point in Havelock, North Carolina, which has been named the 2024 Marine Corps Air Station of the Year. Cherry Point is home to the 2nd D Marine Aircraft Wing, the 2D Logistics Group, and to the Marine Corps Fleet Readiness Center, FRC East. Cherry Point provides a steady flow of trained aviators, which is so critical in this very tumultuous time in the world today. Established in 1942, Cherry Point has grown to become the United States' largest Marine Corps air station. This prestigious award is testament to the strong performance of our Marines in various operational aspects, high-profile asset and project management, community engagement, innovation, administrative discipline, and unwavering teamwork. I commend the leadership of Colonel Brendan Burks, as well as former XO Colonel Mike Huber, as well as the fine men and women stationed there who justifiably earned this distinguished recognition. I'm grateful for our brave service members, as well as their families, who have sacrificed so much to protect us and this great nation. It is my honor to represent Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point and its proud community, which strongly supports our troops. Its unwavering support has played a pivotal role in the base's growth. At present time, there is close to $1 billion in Marine Corps construction going on at Cherry Point. Congratulations to our Marines and Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point on a well-deserved recognition. May God bless all of the airmen and service members serving there. Semper Fi. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk a little bit about our border. Today is on the first day of the presidency of Joe Biden, he did what no other nation's leader has ever done. He invited an invasion of our own country. In that decision, now there has been close to 10 million illegal individuals coming in this country. More than 200 individuals have been caught on the terrorist watch list. No legislation is needed to fix this absolute disaster. Kamala Harris, the quote border czar, has done absolutely nothing. We are now facing a calamity of unrecognized proportion in this nation's history. Today, the president could end this disaster by doing just a few things. His actions could be end, catch, and release, cease the exploitation of parole authority, reinstate remain in Mexico, expand expedited removal authority, and renew building the wall. The president has the authority today to stop this. He doesn't require legislation. He is shirking on his duty as President of the United States to end this crisis. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the story of Amiram Cooper. Mr. Cooper is a loving grandfather of 9. He is a poet and composer. His friends and family describe him as someone who strives for peace in every corner of the world. On October 7th, Mr. Cooper was one of the 240 men, women, children, and elderly who were brutally kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. He and 135 hostages are still held captive in Gaza, enduring unthinkable suffering and trauma. I stand here to demand today that Hamas immediately release Amiram, and along with all the other remaining hostages. Those who have been released, including Amiram's wife, have shared horror stories about the inhumane conditions. We must stand with Israel as it works to destroy Hamas and free its innocent citizens, wrongfully held captive under unthinkable conditions and torment. It's time to bring Amiram home. It's time to bring them all home. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the guest chaplain, Pastor Jack Hibbs, Calvary Chapel, Chino Hills, Chino, California.
Let's pray. Almighty God and Father of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, together we come before you in humility as a people in need of your forgiveness, your mercy, your goodness, and your grace. For these 250 so years, our fathers in this Congress have prayed for your guidance and protection. And so we stand here in humble petition that you today might do the same, that this nation and its unparalleled Constitution, your great gift to all freedom-loving people, might be renewed here and across this land as a beacon of hope to all who seek peace. I ask you today, Father, to bring to us a great awakening of righteousness and confidence in you, who alone is mighty to save. Hear my cry in this hour of great need, that we might be humbly blessed before you in the repentance of our national sins. You, Almighty God, are the source of all wisdom, and there is no wisdom but that which comes from you. So please come upon those here who are the stewards over the business of our nation with your wisdom, which comes from above, and with your holy fear, knowing that your coming day of judgment draws near, when all who have been and are now in authority will answer to you, the great judge of heaven and of earth, for the decisions that they make here in this place. I offer this prayer to you, Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, our Son, your Son, and our crucified Savior and resurrected Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Please join with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Korean Caucus co-chairman, I was grateful last week to participate in the Mutual Educational and Cultural Exchange Program. With prior visits, it has always been inspiring to me to observe the phenomenal success of the talented people of South Korea. As the only member of Congress still serving have been on a delegation to North Korea, the contrast is astounding. The Republic of Korea is a beacon of achievement and success to free market democracy as contrasted to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, reducing its citizens to despotism. Per capita income in South Korea is $44,000, and in the North is $967. I appreciate being hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, led by Minister Cho Tae-yul, meeting with the National Defense Minister Shin Won-sik, the Assembly Speaker Kim Jin-pyo, and with the National Security Advisor Chang Ho-jin. Business leaders dedicated with the Korea International Trade Association Chairman Christopher Koo, Iljin Group Chairman Lee Dong-seop, Hyundai Vice President Il-bum Kim, Samsung Corporate VP Sang-gal Chu, Hanwha Vice Chairman Dong Kwan Kim, and AmCham Chairman James Kim. America is well represented by DCM Joy Sakurai and U.S. Forces General Paul LaCamera at Camp Humphreys with dedicated troops from South Carolina and Virginia. In conclusion, God bless Korea and America, who achieving peace through strength. Freedom is not free. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, imagine not having access to the food that you need to keep yourself or your child healthy. For the 2,000 infants every year who are diagnosed with an inherited metabolic disorder, that nightmare is a reality. It's why I introduced the Bipartisan Medical Nutrition Equity Act with my friend, Representative John Rutherford, to require all public and private insurance to cover medically necessary nutrition for these individuals. Tomorrow, advocates who have been trying to get this bill passed for almost 2 decades will be on the Hill, and here are just a few of their stories. Caroline was born with PKU and requires a strict regimen of low-protein foods and medical formula. Zola was born with PKU, and her family has fought to get insurance coverage for formula that costs $75 a can. Caleb has a condition called EOE, and he and his family fought for access to the formula he needed to grow up healthy, and now he's a college athlete. Mr. Speaker, no one should have to struggle accessing life-saving foods. Let's pass the MNEA, and as we work to end hunger now, let's also remember that food is medicine. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and revise and extend our remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. What you see here is the environmentalist dream coming true. They in the state of California are celebrating the largest dam removal project, which is happening on the upper Klamath River on California and Oregon, while actually their work is killing endangered species, causing roads to slough off because the lake has gone down, is disappearing, threatening homes with bank collapse, and it's already seen drinking water wells going dry. The fish they purport to be saving are dying because of the nasty water and nasty effluent coming out of those dams. Supposedly, they're trying to save fish. They purposely have made a disaster, now leaving the locals to figure out how to clean up their mess. Dam removal advocates have refused to see the big picture all these years, trusting a mere questionable master's thesis over the locals who actually knew better. So we're seeing dead fish. This picture depicts 3 dead deer that went out into the muck, that came out of the bottom of those dams and are stuck there. Nobody could rescue them, so the Fish and Game had to shoot them from a distance and leave them there. And this is only the beginning of the many miles of muck that are going to be going down that river, causing death, destruction, and a smell to high heaven there that all the locals are having to deal with. There's more to come on this topic. This is not a win for environment, fish, or anybody else. I yield back.
The chair, for what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise because December marked the highest number of illegal immigrant encounters in history, with 331 persons on the terror watch list entering the country since President Biden took office. President Biden falsely claims that he needs Congress to act to give him the authority to take control over the border. Let me be perfectly clear. President Biden has the authority to close the border today. He can simply direct his staff to enforce existing laws and reverse the 61 executive actions he has taken to worsen the border crisis since coming to office. I'll continue using every single tool at my disposal, including the power of the purse, to force President Biden to enact meaningful border security reform, such as the provisions we passed in H.R. 2. Any action short of securing our border leaves our nation in peril and our citizens in jeopardy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, President Biden opened another front in his ongoing war against American energy by halting all pending approvals of liquefied natural gas, or LNG, export terminals based on the so-called climate crisis. When President Biden takes such drastic action to kneecap an American industry like liquefied natural gas, he paralyzes job growth, innovation, and future sustainability research and development in America. Instead, he offshores this progress to the Middle East, Russia, or South America, all while raising Americans' energy bills, fueling inflation, and destroying good-paying American jobs. President Biden's job-killing Green New Deal agenda can't continue. For every woke action he takes, Americans suffer the consequences. House Republicans are fighting back by passing legislation to grow energy industry jobs and bring back energy independence to America. We stand firmly on the side of most Americans who prefer an all-of-the-above energy strategy for our country, and all forms of energy are pursued. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as MAGA Republicans work overtime to attack the reproductive rights of women, launch sham impeachments, and give tax breaks to big corporations, House Democrats are listening to working families. House Democrats continue to work to lower costs and grow the middle class. House Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act to lower drug prices, and the Jobs and Infrastructure Law to rebuild our roads and bridges. House Republicans show up at ribbon-cutting ceremonies to take credit for infrastructure projects in their districts, even though they voted against the infrastructure law. And some Republicans try to hide the fact that they voted against the very bill they're claiming credit for by saying, when asked, they don't remember how they voted. While Republicans continue their hypocrisy, Democrats are hard at work to lower costs for child care, high-speed internet, and energy. House Democrats will continue to put people over politics to deliver for everyday Americans. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 980 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 59, House Resolution 980. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 5585 to impose criminal immigration penalties for intentionally fleeing a pursuing federal officer while operating a motor vehicle. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate should be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-21 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill, as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6678, to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed Social Security fraud are inadmissible and deportable. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-23 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. 2. The further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question, and 3, one motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6679, to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act with respect to aliens who carried out, participated in, planned, financed, supported, or otherwise facilitated the attacks against Israel. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-24 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. 2. The further amendment printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question, and 3, one motion to recommit. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6976, to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed an offense for driving while intoxicated or impaired are inadmissible and deportable. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-22 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. 2. The further amendment printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. And 3, one motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 980, providing for consideration of 4 measures: H.R. 5585, H.R. 6678, H.R. 6679, and H.R. 6976. The rule provides for consideration of all 4 measures under structured rules with 1 hour of debate each, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Jurisdiction or their designee. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit for each measure. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the rule and in support of the underlying bills. Today we are here to address an ongoing crisis. Not a new concept to this body. The word crisis has been a hard one from my friends on the other side of the aisle to absorb when it comes to our current situation on the southern border. But let's just put a few things into perspective. In 2023, Customs and Border Protection encountered over 2.5 million illegal migrants attempting to cross the southern U.S. border. In December alone, Customs and Border Protection encountered 302,000 illegal migrants. That's just in the month of December, attempting to cross the U.S. southern border, the highest number of unlawful migrant crossings in a single month in recorded history. In 2023, Customs and Border Protection confiscated almost 230,000 pounds of drugs, including 22,000 pounds of illicit fentanyl being smuggled across the southern border. I don't know, if this doesn't sound like a crisis to you, I don't know what would. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, I was at the southern border to witness firsthand the challenges faced by Texans and to hear directly from Border Patrol agents and law enforcement officers, those who are on the front lines of this crisis. Magically, either by order of President Biden or by order of the cartels, the Eagle Pass area was completely cleared out that day. If that is possible when members of Congress are visiting on a certain day, it is possible every single day. Mr. Speaker, the President has every tool that he needs right now to stop the overwhelming flow of migrants to the border. The proof of this is that immediately upon taking office, President Biden dismantled the immigration policies that were put in place by the Trump administration. He did that by executive order. He could undo them by executive order. President Biden halted the construction of the border wall. He ended migrant protection protocols, also known as the Remain in Mexico program, and restarted the dangerous catch and release program with the simple stroke of a pen. Now the consequences have been stark. Record numbers of migrants crossing the border and increasing each month, record numbers of illegal migrants being released into the United States, an open season for drug smugglers, human traffickers, and Mexican cartels, and social support systems stretched to the breaking point, not only in my home state of Texas, but places across the country, like New York City, Chicago, Los Angeles, Denver. Mr. Speaker, this is not an immigration problem. It is a national security problem. We have a responsibility to make certain that the laws of this land protect Americans and ensure their safety. Earlier this Congress, we passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023, to combat illegal migration and ensure operational control over the southern border, but the Senate has refused to even debate or have a vote on the bill. Today, we take up 4 additional bills that will help undo the chaos caused by this administration to ensure that law enforcement, particularly the agents of Customs and Border Protection, federal agents, are supported in their mission to keep our communities safe. This means closing loopholes that allow illicit behavior to go without punishment, which is exactly what the following 4 measures will do. Last year, Customs and Border Patrol agent Raul Gonzalez was tragically killed in pursuit of illegal migrants fleeing law enforcement in a motor vehicle. High-speed chases started by those breaking our laws are not uncommon. In fact, any of us who have been down and visited the border, whether it was several years ago or recently, have been shown the films, the dash cam videos collected by Customs and Border Protection of these very high-risk, high-velocity chases, which frequently end up with a crash, with people hurt, or people simply bailing out on the highway and running away. Currently, fleeing law enforcement in a motor vehicle does not carry immigration consequences for the perpetrators, even in situations that result in the death of an officer like the one involving Agent Gonzalez. H.R. 5585, the Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act, will change that by adding specific criminal and immigration consequences for individuals who operate motor vehicles while fleeing Border Patrol and law enforcement agencies. The penalties instituted by this bill include prison time and ensure that perpetrators can be deemed inadmissible to this country and deported from the United States. Preventing deadly accidents that endanger lives is also the focus of H.R. 6976, the Protect Our Communities from DUIs Act. With a simple turn of a key, an intoxicated driver commits a crime, and illegal migrants are no different. Tragically, many of these incidents involve individuals who should not be in the country at all. Illegal migrants who've committed this offense are evaluated under the Crimes Involving Moral Turpitude standard, a difficult and complex legal analysis that results in long delays and lengthy legal proceedings. H.R. 6976 will change this and provide immigration consequences for driving under the influence, rendering illegal migrants who have committed this offense inadmissible to this country and deportable without a lengthy process. In a similar vein, with identification and fraud on the rise, H.R. 6678, the Consequences for Social Security Fraud Act, will ensure that criminal or illegal migrants who commit Social Security and ID fraud can be removed and barred from this country. Finally, we will take up H.R. 6679, the No Immigration Benefits for Hamas Terrorists Act. In October, the world watched in horror as Hamas, a designated terror organization, committed a vicious and evil attack on Israel. 1,200 Israelis, including American citizens, were murdered. Another 240 were taken back to Gaza as hostages, where many remain today. Terrorists who participated in, planned, or otherwise supported the October 7 attacks should not be admissible to the United States. Period. Full stop. End of sentence. There is no reason for a member of Hamas to ever be admitted into the United States. H.R. 6679 will make that a reality and ensure that we can prevent these deadly and evil people from ever entering our country, thereby protecting our citizens. Taken together, eradicating these gaps in our legal recourse will deter criminal activity and ensure that bad actors face appropriate punishment for their crimes. Mr. Speaker, Republicans have demonstrated that we are committed to governing for the American people and that the American people have spoken. Their message to their elected representatives is enough. Enough with sending their tax dollars to process migrants that should not be in this country in the first place instead of enforcing the law. Enough with putting law enforcement both at the border and across America in harm's way. Enough with the fear-mongering and lies. Mr. Speaker, I stand in strong support of the rule and the underlying bills and urge my fellow members to support the rule and will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me set a couple of things straight. The border is not open. Now, maybe some people think it is because my Republican colleagues every day for the last 2 years have come to the floor screaming, the border's open, the border's open, the border's open, but the border is not open, and that is just a fact. And today there are approximately 38,000 people in immigration detention, which is 4,000 more than what DHS is funded for, and roughly what the Trump administration averaged in fiscal year 2018. The Biden administration has also significantly increased removals in ways that many on our side of the aisle are concerned violates due process. Since the end of Title 42 last year, the Biden administration has removed or returned to Mexico close to 500,000 individuals. The total is nearly equivalent to the number of people removed in all of fiscal year 2019 under the Trump administration. So please, please, stop making things up and stop claiming the border is open. It is not. Do we have a problem at the border? Absolutely. Absolutely we do. But listening to the gentleman who has no solutions, I mean, I think he thinks this is Beetlejuice. If you say crisis 3 times, the problem goes away. No, you got to take some action. You got to work to try to address the issue. Democrats and President Biden want to find real, comprehensive solutions to fix it. What we need is Republicans to stop playing political games. And that is the exact opposite of what is happening here and what has been happening under this Republican-controlled House of Representatives. It is shameful. How do I know that? Because we called their bluff. Democrats said, yeah, we care about border security too. Let's get to work. And now Republicans tell us that they'd rather wait until after the election. They don't actually want the thing they've been talking about for the last year. It's all a big lie. It's all a big lie. Why? Why would they want to wait? Why don't they want to work with us to fix the border right now? I think we all know the answer. Trump called. The guy they all worship, the guy they are all frightened to death of, he called, and he's demanding that they do nothing. No action at all on the border. That's what he said, because he wants to campaign on it. I mean, what the hell is wrong with them? The Senate is working on a bipartisan border security bill, and Republicans tell us here in the House that they don't care what's in it. They'll oppose it no matter what. From what I hear, and I'm not sure that I can even support the bill that they're working on over in the Senate, but it has things in it that cause me a lot of angst. But Republicans are sure that they're against it because Trump told them to be against it. You know, because he wants, at the end of the day, all he wants is to be able to scare people by demonizing immigrants and whipping up hate and fear and appealing to racism and bigotry. It's disgusting. It is that simple. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, this is the guy who says, and I quote, immigrants poison the blood of America, echoing the words of Adolf Hitler. And we can't get anyone on the other side of the aisle to try to disassociate themselves with those remarks. That's who the Republicans listen to. That's who's calling the shots here. And Trump says, no action on border security, period. So please spare us the outrage and indignation. It's all theatrics. It's all for show, all so they can go on Fox News and blame President Biden for something that they refuse to fix. Republicans tried to cut, Republicans tried to cut Customs and Border Protection personnel. They rejected President Biden's request for $106 billion in funding to fix this problem. And they have consistently voted against funding for border security. You can't make this stuff up. They say we don't need more money. We just need a president who follows the law. We hear that again and again. We heard that last night in the Rules Committee. Now, I hope that they're not implying that the former president, a rapist who was just ordered by a jury to pay $83 million for defaming his victim, I hope they're not saying that he follows the law. He's been indicted 4 times with 91 felony counts. I mean, this guy's been indicted more times than he's been elected. Give me a break. That's who's calling the shots around here? It's shameful. The bottom line is that they simply do not want to fix the border crisis. House Democrats, Senate Democrats, President Biden, hell, even Senate Republicans, some of the most conservative Republicans in the Senate have been working together in a bipartisan way to solve this country's problems. We acknowledge we need to address our problems at the border, provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, fix our broken immigration system, and address the root causes of migration. And what does the extreme MAGA clown show in this House care about? Not fixing the border. They care about Trump, about bending over backwards for his campaign and turning this place into a circus. What a shame. What a waste of time, Mr. Speaker. What an embarrassment. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me yield myself 45 seconds just to answer some of the charges flung against me. The gentleman said he wants solutions. There are solutions. The solutions are to undo the executive order the president put in place in his first 5 minutes in office, end catch and release, cease the exploitation of parole authority, reinstate remain in Mexico, expand expedited removal authority, and renew the building of a wall. Mr. Speaker, it is sheer fantasy that $106 million will fix this problem. Of course it won't. The gentleman knows it won't. Now I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank my friend from Texas for his service. We'll be missing him next Congress, but we still have some more time and work to do together. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't want to talk about the bills that are sitting here in front of them because they're going to vote against at least 3 of them. We know that because they did in Judiciary Committee. These bills are pretty simple. If you are here and you evade Border Patrol, you can't stay here or come here. If you're here and you've committed Social Security fraud, you can't stay here or come here. If you're here and you've committed a DUI, you can't stay here or come here. Judiciary Democrats voted against all 3 of those. Let's put aside that if you're here illegally, you should be deported anyway. Then there's if you're here and a member of Hamas or participated or facilitated October 7th terrorist attack on Israel, you cannot stay here or come here. Now on that, it was passed unanimously. We'll see what happens on the floor when it comes to the floor, when some of the folks who are not on Judiciary Committee look at the bill. I find it interesting that a blanket statement is made that some of us take our orders from former President Trump. Well, if somebody's got a phone line into Mar-a-Lago, why don't you give him a call? Because I think he'd be surprised to hear that I take orders from former President Trump in light of recent time I've spent around the country. I would tell you this, I don't take orders from the former president. I know that we shouldn't make this a political issue. I know that this is an issue we should solve, but I don't think that's what the former president was saying. I think the former president was saying this bill in the Senate is garbage, that it will make the problem worse, that we have all the power we need now to secure the border, and the current president, the current administration are ignoring it and indeed purposely avoiding the law in order to flood America, endangering Americans, fentanyl flowing in, empowering cartels, empowering China, terrorists coming into our country, criminals coming into our country. That's the truth. And what the former president knows is that the bill being negotiated in the Senate is not a good one. He's calling that out. But I can assure you, I don't take orders from the former president, nor do I take orders from Somalis in Minnesota. But some people do. That's the truth. Look, the fact here is we've got legislation before us right now to address real problems for the people that we represent. I can tell you we do in Texas. We have a bill being negotiated in the Senate that is being deemed by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle as, oh, a reasonable solution. A reasonable solution. When we had a bill last year that would actually secure the border with H.R. 2, which would close loopholes being exploited by our Democratic colleagues. I had a witness in a hearing I just had on the Constitution and states stepping into the breach. Texas, the first assistant attorney general, the former attorney general of Arizona, they all testified that there's an invasion under oath. They all came forward to say that there was the right of the governors, the right of the states to step in. I had the ACLU witness acknowledge to me, I said, hey, if cartels are coming guns a-blazing, they come across the river, can you defend yourself? He said, well, if it's a violation of state law, sure. I said, oh, really? That's an interesting piece of information to hear from the ACLU, that the state, that the governor can in fact do what is necessary to defend the people of his state based on the laws of that state, and frankly, based on every understanding of what a leadership of a sovereign would do. And that is the truth. But right now, what we have are Democrats in the Senate wanting to hide behind a bill they know has no chance of moving through because, frankly, if it were passed, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are concerned about us campaigning on this, make it a political issue. If that legislation were passed, the issue would still exist because the legislation wouldn't do anything to stop it. It sets a floor, not a ceiling. It sets a standard of 5,000 a day. Come on in, 1.8 million folks. That's the truth if you read the bill. And the reality is, the gentleman talks about, oh, we have 38,000 people in detention. Well, the truth is, we had 900,000 people get released last year. 900,000 got released. That doesn't count the ICE releases. That doesn't count the 50,000 a month that gotaways. These are the numbers we're talking about, and they're on an extraordinary level. So here before us, I want to remind everybody, we have legislation that all it does is try to layer on common sense ability to remove bad actors, DUIs, affiliated with Hamas, Border Patrol having to chase people in high-speed chases, and committing Social Security fraud. My Democratic colleagues don't want to talk about it because they're not going to support those common sense measures. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I missed a lot of what the gentleman from the gentleman from Texas just screamed because I couldn't follow it all. But let me just say, for the record, Mr. Speaker, that this bill that's being worked on in the Senate, that somehow that does nothing. There's a CNN article that I'd like to insert in the record entitled "GOP Senators Seethe as Trump Loads Up Delicate Immigration Compromise." And the bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that people like Tom Tillis, Senator Tom Tillis, I don't think he was a liberal Democrat, unless I missed something. Pretty conservative Republican. He said, don't pretend that this policy isn't strong. If you want to admit you're afraid to tell Donald Trump the truth, that's fine. But for you to take a look at this framework and say that it's a half measure, you're not paying attention or not telling the truth. That's Senator Tom Tillis, a very conservative Republican senator, saying that. It's not me, and I would say that to the gentleman from Texas. Senator Lankford, is he now a Democrat? Is he now a traitorous to the cause, as we heard some of Republicans at a press conference yesterday, talk about those who were supporting a compromise? He said the other day in Face the Nation, he said, and I quote, that House Republicans actually do not want a change in the law because it's a presidential election year. This is ridiculous. This is all theatrics. Shame on you for exploiting this issue. Shame on you for ginning up all this hate and all this, all this vitriol, and not wanting to be part of the solution, not wanting to do anything to fix it. I'm also puzzled by the fact, and I think I need to get I think I need to go to the Capitol physician and see if I can get a neck brace, because I have whiplash following the logic of some of my Republican friends. We heard all year that we need to pass a bill in order to fix the immigration crisis at the border. And then last night in the Rules Committee, we're told we don't need a bill, we don't need a law. And then here we are today dealing with 4 more bills, by the way, that most of it's already covered in the existing law. What is it? Do we need a law or don't we need a law? If we don't need a law, then what the hell are we here for? Why are we wasting our time? This is not a debate club, right? We're here to actually get things done. And if you want to be part of the solution, then be part of the solution. If you just want to complain for the sake of complaining, then just do it in your press conferences. Don't waste time here. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 16, the American Dream and Promise Act, which would provide a pathway to citizenship for Dreamers, temporary protected status holders, and deferred enforced departure recipients. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And I would like
did the gentleman intend to ask unanimous consent to insert the article that he mentioned into the record?
Yes.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very important article for people to read. But, Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I would like to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Berrigan.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, we will bring up H.R. 16, the American Dream and Promise Act of 2023. This is bipartisan legislation that would lift up our immigrant brothers and sisters and do more to address our broken immigration system than anti-immigrant bills offered by Republicans today. H.R. 15 would give certainty to Dreamers who were raised here in America and are an integral part of who we are as a nation. As one Republican said, this is not a Democrat issue or a Republican issue. It is an American issue. Our doctors, our teachers, our caregivers, our friends, and our families are dreamers. They are American in every way, and they continue to make significant contributions to society and our economy. America is their home. H.R. 16 also protects those with TPS and DED. This is a humane, fair, and just approach so our immigrant communities can live in dignity. But rather than take a humane approach to bestow protections upon our nation's dreamers, our colleagues across the aisle will rather penalize them by introducing a package of bills that would do nothing to fix our broken immigration system. Instead, these bills only further criminalize those who already live in America and to take away their due process rights, to make it easier to deport them. These Republican bills are anti-immigrant. These bills will not make us safer. If you are undocumented and you are convicted of committing a crime, you are already deportable. Let's not burden our law and immigration enforcement officials and instead allow them to focus their resources on finding those who seek to harm this country. Let's get serious about fixing our immigration system and stop with the gotcha messaging bills that do nothing to make us safer. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri for his comments.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you to my friend from Texas, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the rule for this bill package of 4 measures, actually, which includes the No Immigration Hamas Terrorists Act. I also want to express my strong support for securing our border. Now, I feel like I must start out with addressing the fallacy brought forth by our ranking member on the Rules Committee. Look, this is not a political measure on the part of the Republicans anyway. If it had been for a presidential or a congressional election year, why did we pass H.R. 2 last year? We passed it in May of last year, and it's been sitting across the hallway here on Chuck Schumer's desk since May. The Democrats have refused to secure our border, and an open border makes America vulnerable on the world stage. Biden's border crisis has turned every American community into a border community. Since Biden has taken office, more than 8.7 million illegal aliens have invaded our nation. For 34 straight months, Mr. Speaker, monthly encounters have been at a higher rate than even the highest month during the Trump administration. This is a humanitarian crisis. They are bringing in fentanyl that is poisoning our young people. They are bringing with them human sex trafficking. 100,000 children who have come across our border illegally are now unaccounted for in America. The rising number of illegal aliens is alarming. It is unacceptable. Just this fiscal year, 49 people on the terrorist watch lists have been caught trying to enter the U.S., and there have been 1.7 million gotaways. How many of those are members of Hamas? Where are these people coming from? The simple answer is we don't know. I'm deeply concerned for our national safety, our national security. Recently, 2 high-ranking retired FBI members sent a letter to our Speaker and Chairman warning that what could be coming to the United States of America is far much worse than what happened on 9/11. I read one paragraph from their letter. The threat we call out today is new and unfamiliar. It is in its modern history, the U.S. has never suffered an invasion of the homeland, and yet one is unfolding now. Military-age men from across the globe, many from countries to regions not friendly to the U.S., are landing in waves on our soil by the thousands, not by splashing ashore from a ship or parachuting from a plane, but rather by foot across a border that has been accurately advertised around the world as largely unprotected and ready access granted. That's what this president has done to our national security. President Ronald Reagan once said that a nation cannot control its borders. It is not a nation. And that's the problem we are facing now. This president refuses to control our borders. He refuses to control the terrorists who are running freely, and our nation is slowly withering away. We are at risk today. When will enough be enough for the Biden administration? The president has every means available. My good friend from Texas spelled those out to secure the border now. It's time to demand that President Biden take action. We must protect our people. We are committed to ending this crisis and securing our border, but congressional Democrats and the White House apparently have other plans. I urge my colleagues to vote for America, to vote for this rule, to vote for this bill package. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Yeah, you need a map to follow the logic of that last speaker, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the border is not open. We have more people in detention right now than we have funding for. And my Republican friends continuously vote against more funding. So figure that out. And to the listening audience here, I'm a little bit confused by the debate on the other side of the aisle. The gentleman from Missouri just talked about, we're serious about, securing our border. We passed H.R. 2. But the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, opened up by saying the president has every tool he needs to fix this. And last night we heard in the Rules Committee that we don't need to pass any more laws. I mean, which is it? Do we need stronger laws, or do we need to do nothing? If we need to do nothing, why are we here? Let's be clear about the bills that we're dealing with here. These are messaging bills that are going nowhere in the United States Senate. And I would say to my Republican friends that you might want to look up Schoolhouse Rock and figure out how government works. But we have a divided government right now. My Republican friends barely control the House of Representatives. In fact, yesterday, there were more Democrats voting than Republicans. And the Senate is controlled by the Democratic Party, and we have a Democratic president. So if you want to have a chance to get something done, if you want to move the ball, you got to work in a bipartisan way. And the United States Senate seems to be doing that. And they're making progress on things that my friends in the House here have said they've wanted time and time and time again. But now Donald Trump calls, they don't want anything. They don't want anything. This is not serious, what my Republican friends are doing. Messaging bills that are going nowhere, and they vote against funding for stronger border security on a regular basis here in the House. And then you have a negotiation going on in the Senate with some of the most conservative Senate Republicans, and because Trump doesn't want it, all of a sudden we don't want it. We don't need laws. If we don't need laws, why are we wasting our time here on the floor today? So you can't have it both ways. Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise today to urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question to support the Dream and Promise Act. If extreme MAGA Republicans want a real bipartisan solution for our broken immigration system, the type of bill that the president said he wants to sign, then they should sign up and support my Dream and Promise Act. Today, our country is home to millions of dreamers. They were brought to the United States as children and grew up here. In their heart, in their mind, and in their soul, they're American, except on paper. This is their country. This is their home. If Congress does nothing, we will lose our neighbors, our family members, and friends. We will lose fellow Americans. With the American Dream and Promise Act, House Democrats have a plan with bipartisan support to finally create a pathway for citizenship for dreamers and immigrant families. Make no mistake, this is not a partisan issue. Over 70% of Americans favor a law providing permanent legal status to dreamers. This is a real solution with support. The American Dream and Promise Act will have a life-changing effect on every single district in this country. And take it from me, I was born and raised in South Texas. I recognize the importance of securing our border to protect the integrity of our nation. But this set of bills do not do that. This bill spread racist tropes about immigrants. It is wasting valuable time and energy that should be going towards writing laws that would lead to real generational change. With my bill, the American Dream and Promise Act, we can create that generational change. Americans support dreamers, and dreamers support America. I am opposed to these bills, and I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'll reserve at this time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, to illustrate the point that I made earlier that my Republican friends are not serious about governing or about getting anything done, I'd like to point out to people in this chamber maybe something that they don't really know. You know, I've served on the Rules Committee for a long time, and the Rules Committee used to be a place where people showed up to try to get things done, where we would discuss big and pressing issues facing the country, where we would debate how each side thought these problems should be solved, and where we'd pass consequential legislation to improve the lives of Americans. And so it's been difficult to be on the Rules Committee lately, to just deal with messaging bills that don't do anything, that don't mean anything, that don't help anybody, don't solve any problems. And I would ask this question to my colleagues here in the House. Do you know how many bills, this is a Judiciary Committee bill that we're dealing with right now, do you know how many bills the Judiciary Committee has brought before the Rules Committee that have become law, in the last year? And the answer to that question is zero. Zero. And it seems like the Judiciary Committee is up in the Rules Committee every other day. Not a single judiciary bill that has come before the Rules Committee, that has come to this floor, has become law, which is absurd. Now, you may say I'm cherry picking, but you know when the last time the Rules Committee met on a bill that actually was brought to the floor that got signed into law? 8 months ago. 8 months ago. That's when we met on the Fiscal Responsibility Act. And even that moved forward because Democrats came to the rescue and voted for the rule to avoid a debt ceiling disaster. That's 8 months, more than half of our time in this Congress wasted on messaging bills. You know, and at this point, I'm not sure if that's a bug or a feature for this Republican majority. But what is clear is this: none of these bills that we're talking about here today will address our border challenges. None of these bills that we are dealing with today are going to, ever become law. And Republicans don't really care because they don't want to do anything real to solve problems at the border. The economy's getting better. Their presumptive nominee for president is ethically challenged. He's got more legal problems than I don't even want to compare him to anybody. We've never seen anything like this before. Just ordered to pay $83 million for defaming a woman who he sexually abused. And this is just the beginning. So they're not interested in solving problems or governing. What they're interested in is trying to hold on to a campaign issue. And I'm tired of it, and the American people are tired of it, and frankly, it's just sad. And I reserve my time.
Massachusetts reserve. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Can I inquire from the gentleman how many more speakers he has?
Just me.
Okay, so we will close. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time. Mr. Speaker, here is the difference between Democrats and Republicans. Democrats want to work to get things done. We want to work with Republicans in a bipartisan way to fix our problems at the border. And Republicans, well, let me just use their own words. Last night in the Rules Committee, we heard from the other side that we aren't going to fix the border crisis with laws. That's what was said in the Rules Committee last night. What the hell are we even doing here then? Why even pass any laws at all? Why try to fix any problems? Republicans say that Joe Biden and Democrats are single-handedly responsible for the crisis at the border. That's just not true. That's just not true. It's simply not true. Look at the facts. Democrats voted to increase border funding by 17%. Democrats provided $65 million for 300 new Border Patrol agents, $60 million for 125 new personnel at points of entry, and $230 million for technology like autonomous surveillance towers. Republicans voted no every single time. And why? It's simple. Because Trump calls the shots around here. And Trump wants a crisis at the border. It's somehow he thinks it helps him politically. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of courage on the other side of the aisle in this House to stand up to the bully and to do what is right. In fact, we have our House leadership standing up and saying no to a deal that the most conservative Republicans in the other chamber are saying is a good deal, is a tough deal. And they're saying no. Why? Because all of a sudden Trump doesn't want it. How pathetic. How pathetic. What a cynical, rotten thing to do. This is a serious problem that requires a serious solution. But they don't want to solve it. They don't want any action to secure the border. That is their strategy for November. Well, guess what? It's going to look a lot less strategic when they lose the next election because the American people see through their BS and vote them out of office. I mean, we have an opportunity here to potentially do something that will actually address the problems at the border, something meaningful, not messaging bills that are going nowhere, not talking points, not press conferences where people have meltdowns, but actually do something meaningful. And all they can say is no, because Trump doesn't want us to do it. Yeah, and I don't know how we progress here. I'm hoping that there are some sensible Republicans who will stand up to Trump and stand up to their leadership, who seems to have caved on trying to work together. But again, I point out again that we have a divided government. I wish the Democrats were in control of everything. I'm sure my Republican friends wish the Republicans were in control of everything. But the fact of the matter is, you're not. And you continue to try to act like you are, but when you behave that way, nothing gets done. So the way this is supposed to work is that we work across the aisle, we try to come up with some areas of commonality, and we move forward, and we work with the Senate, and we work with the White House. That is what the Senate Republicans and Senate Democrats are doing right now. I mean, I will say to my Republican friends, you are not in control of everything. You don't have a dictatorship, at least yet. I know that's what the former president would like, but that's not what we have right now. And if you want to get something done, we're going to have to compromise. We're going to have to give and take. We're going to have to listen to each other, and we're going to have to try to move something forward. And for the life of me, I can't understand why we are wasting so much time coming to the floor with stuff that is going nowhere, that serves no purpose other than to get people all riled up and maybe continue to appeal to the worst instincts in people, hate and racism and bigotry. Enough. If you want to solve the problem, then we're willing to work with you. If you don't, then please go away. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of our time. Mr. Speaker, from what I know about the bill being considered over in the Senate, the bill that sets a floor, not a ceiling, the bill that guarantees 2 million people illegally come into this country every year, that's on top of the 1.2 million people that are admitted legally every year, and not to mention the people who come in under the radar. Yeah, I'm going to be against that, and I'll be happy to join my friend from Massachusetts in a bipartisan fashion and vote against that legislation because it's bad legislation. Not because someone else told me it's bad, but because I know it's bad. My constituents know it's bad. When we were down in Eagle Pass, Texas a few weeks ago with the Speaker of the House, The deputy chief of the Border Patrol spoke to us the first evening down there, and he said, we are faced with a raging flood. And when you're faced with that, it's not that I need bigger buckets, I need someone to turn the water off. So is there a way to turn the water off? And he told us there was. Simply reinstituting the Remain in Mexico policy, the migrant protection protocol that President Biden undid with an executive order on his first day in office, would reduce the flow by 70% and would allow our very beleaguered Customs and Border Protection and Immigration and Customs Enforcement the ability to actually maneuver and do what their job calls for. That is to protect American citizens. But as it stands right now, with the massive ingress of people, all they can do is process people. It becomes a question of throughput. So that's not an answer. And don't pretend that it is, because the American people see through that. I'll just address one other thing. I'm not running for re-election. I'm bulletproof. You can't hurt me. But I support the former president and his approach to border control because I saw it work for the 4 years he was in office. He was the best president of the 21st century. And yes, I would like to see him back in office, not because someone told me, but my constituents support the type of leadership that he provided for those 4 years. Mr. Speaker, in closing, this country is being invaded at the southern border. Invaded to the extent that Governor Greg Abbott in my home state of Texas has officially declared an invasion. This administration has done nothing to help Texas, and has instead decided to take Texas to court, to sue Texas, just for trying to get the smallest bit of relief for its citizens and for its law enforcement officers. The Republican majority has once again demonstrated that our agenda will be devoted to improving the lives of American citizens. Our governing majority will continue to focus on the issues that matter most to the American people: rising energy costs, sky-high inflation, rampant crime, and yes, fixing our porous southern border. These are issues that the American voters rightfully demand their elected representatives to address. The Republican majority is committed to solving the many crises that this president and the minority have inflicted on our nation. Today, we begin the most basic duties of stopping and punishing criminals who come across our southern border illegally. I would like to thank Representative Juan Ciscomani from Arizona, Representative Tom McClintock from California, with whom I serve on the Budget Committee, and Representative Barry Moore from Alabama for their leadership on these important pieces of legislation. I again stand in strong support of the rule and the underlying bills, and I urge my fellow members to support the rule. I'll yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I ask for the yeas and nays and
General request the yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. The recorded vote is questioned. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair. House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 980 and adoption of House Resolution 980 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 980, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 59, House Resolution 980, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5585 to impose criminal and immigration penalties for intentionally fleeing or pursuing federal officer while operating a motor vehicle, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6678 to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed Social Security fraud are inadmissible and deportable, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6679 to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act with respect to aliens who carried out, participated in, planned, financed, supported, or otherwise facilitated the attacks against Israel, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6976 to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed an offense for driving while intoxicated or impaired are inadmissible and deportable.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman of Massachusetts is
I
recognized.
ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman asks for a recorded vote. Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 216 and the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 5585.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 980 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 5585. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
This is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 5585, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 5585, a bill to impose criminal and immigration penalties for intentionally fleeing a pursuing federal officer while operating a motor vehicle.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill, and amendments shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On December 7th of 2022, Border Patrol Officer Raul Gonzalez got up, he got dressed, kissed his family goodbye, and left for work. His family would never see him again. He was killed later that day in Mission, Texas, doing his job, trying to protect our country. A group of illegal aliens and their smuggler led him on a high-speed chase that ended in a fatal wreck that took his life. Now, this is becoming an increasingly common story along our southern border in the age of Biden's open border policies. The number of high-speed chases by Border Patrol or local law enforcement has exploded along with the illegal human trafficking and smuggling that they're trying to stop. The Biden administration's lax enforcement of our immigration laws has incentivized this, creating the conditions that create these deadly high-speed chases, and the problem has now reached critical levels. One lifelong Arizona resident reflected on the dangers of Highway 90 in Cochise County, now a major smuggling route. He said, "It's scary to the point you don't want to drive the highway, but to get to work you have to. I'm actually scared about going out into the public sometimes because what if there's a high-speed chase and something goes sideways, they get into a car accident, hop the curb, and hit anybody?" In Tombstone, Arizona, U.S. Marshal Jim Adams spoke of the high-speed chases racing through his town. He said, "This is a weekly occurrence, sometimes daily, sometimes several times a day." Americans near the border should not be living in terror for themselves or their loved ones. being killed by high-speed chases caused by cartel smugglers, and yet in many communities they do now. Human smuggling is an incredibly lucrative business. According to Border Patrol estimates, in the Del Rio sector alone, cartels profit $32 million a week for a staggering total of $1.6 billion per year just in that one sector. The cartels expertly control their side of the border. Nobody gets through without paying them. Yet, while the cartels are making billions controlling their side of the border, Joe Biden is spending billions of dollars while abandoning control of our side of the border. So this bill is very simple. It makes it a federal crime to evade the Border Patrol or local law enforcement that's assisting the Border Patrol within 100 miles of the international border. If you're a foreign national, it makes the conviction or admission of such a crime grounds for inadmissibility and removability. If you hurt somebody, we'll put you in prison for 5 years. If you kill somebody, we'll put you in prison for 10 years. And if you're a foreign national, we'll send you packing when you get out. That is what the Democrats in this House will oppose today. And that should be a wake-up call for every American. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, from Washington, the ranking Democrat on the Immigration Subcommittee, Representative Jayapal.
Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 5585. Once again, the majority is moving a bill that is a solution in search of a problem. H.R. 5585 adds duplicative and unnecessary immigration consequences. It amends the Immigration and Nationality Act to create a new ground of deportability and inadmissibility for any non-citizen who admits fleeing from Border Patrol while operating a motor vehicle. Sound interesting? Well, however, right now, being convicted of fleeing Border Patrol or any law enforcement already makes a person deportable and inadmissible. The key word here, though, is convicted. Most existing law requires a conviction before a person can be deported for a wide variety of crimes. By not requiring a conviction, this bill makes it easier to deport someone for fleeing Border Patrol than for more serious crimes like murder. Let's remember that when we talk about deportation, we're also talking about people who are here lawfully. Many of them are green card holders, and they've lived in the United States for decades. If we're going to deport them, we need to require a conviction and provide for basic due process and a day in court. Further, the new criminal penalties in this bill are largely already covered in another statute, which makes it a crime for individuals to flee or evade a Border Patrol checkpoint. We don't need another criminal statute with another mandatory minimum sentence on top of current law. Instead, what has long been needed is policy reforms. After an increase in fatalities of those being pursued during high-speed chases in 2021, CBP undertook a review of its vehicle pursuit policy. In 2023, after this detailed review, CBP overhauled the vehicle pursuit policy, adopting a, quote, objective reasonableness standard that is consistent with most law enforcement agencies across the United States. That was an important reform, and one that I'm hopeful will better protect the safety of agents and the public. What we should be doing in this body is pursuing and strengthening common sense solutions like this. We don't need to waste time passing a bill that makes someone deportable for fleeing law enforcement. That is already a deportable offense. And we certainly don't need a bill that would make someone deportable without even having a conviction. This legislation is not needed. It's overly punitive. We've already wasted a lot of time on this floor because the other side couldn't get their act together to get the votes to put the rule, pass the rule through. Let's just be clear, this is another waste of time, and it is deeply detrimental. It burdens border communities that are already often fearful of Border Patrol and the impact that it has on their daily lives. I urge my colleagues to oppose this unnecessary and unneeded and harmful legislation, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to yield such time as he may consume to the author of this measure, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Ciscomani.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. McClintock, for yielding me the time. I'm excited to see the House take up my bill, H.R. 5585, the Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act. You know, this bill is simple. It makes evading law enforcement within 100 miles of the border a federal crime. Mr. Speaker, how anybody can be against this common sense legislation is beyond me. Calling it unnecessary is something that maybe they should, those that are opposing this, should maybe address that to the families that have perished due to incidents and these tragedies that we see on the border and in my district on a weekly basis. To me, it's simple. It's common sense that this should be a federal crime. Far too many lives have been jeopardized and tragically even taken at the hands of bad actors who engage in high-speed pursuits. If you evade CBP or local law enforcement, you are clearly not a good actor. Unfortunately, the current law does not make this a crime in and of itself. And it leaves the burden of prosecuting these individuals to our local communities, as if they haven't already paid the price of this administration's failures in this issue. Not only is this bill common sense, it's crucial and in some cases even life-saving. To quote one of my constituents, at least once a week, there is a high-speed chase through my town that also includes a 15-mile-an-hour school zone. Do residents need to die to get the attention needed to correct this border problem? I consistently hear about the detrimental impacts of high-speed chases have in southern Arizona, southeastern Arizona to be more specific, and in Cochise County, which is in my district. This criminal activity is not just reserved to drug cartels and smugglers themselves. Cartels now recruit Americans to drive down to the border and transport migrants north. We must change the calculus for those who endanger all of us when failing to yield to law enforcement. For far too long, the administration has allowed cartels to profit off the border crisis while facing almost no consequences. Another constituent has said, quote, we have multiple high-speed vehicle pursuits each week. The lack of federal resources to deal with those has led the county sheriff to become the de facto law enforcement agency to interdict the human smugglers. This bill is about supporting our local border communities who deal with the crisis daily and to stop the smuggling and trafficking. In calendar year 2022 and 2023, Cochise County reports booking 2,884 individuals for border-related crimes, costing over $9.4 million. This is in one county, in one state. I've seen the toll it takes firsthand in our communities. By letting this happen, this administration has absolutely failed Americans. Our local law enforcement should not be taking on this burden. These migrants are evading detection, and the smugglers themselves are evading detection. Or more likely, the cartels are telling them to do so. Yet again, our communities are being forced to do the job of the federal government. At a time when it's arguably the easiest to cross our southern border and be granted entry by this administration, freely almost, we should be asking ourselves why these people are fleeing law enforcement. The answer is, these are the really bad actors who the cartels want to evade arrest. Finally, I want to highlight the hero that this bill is named after. Agent Raul Gonzalez was killed in 2022 while pursuing illegal immigrants in Texas. His death underscores the tragic truth that our CBP risk their lives every day to protect our country. By passing this legislation, we are showing them that we have their backs. That's why this bill is supported by law enforcement groups like the National Border Patrol Council and 7 law enforcement groups in Arizona alone. I urge my colleagues to support my much-needed legislation. Let's send a message to our border communities and the authorities that we will always have their backs. And let's send a stronger message to the bad actors that we will pursue any actions that threaten American lives to the fullest extent of of the law. And with that, I yield my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself, Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, H.R. 5585, the Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act, would establish harsh criminal and immigration penalties for flight while operating a motor vehicle from a pursuing U.S. Border Patrol agent or other law enforcement officer assisting in the pursuit. Let me make clear, the death of Agent Gonzalez in the performance of his duties is a tragedy, and our hearts go out to his family and friends. But H.R. 5585 is not the best or even a viable answer to the perceived problem this bill claims to solve. High-speed vehicle pursuits can be incredibly dangerous, often ending in horrific accidents with serious injuries or even the deaths of individuals being chased by law enforcement, as well as innocent bystanders and law enforcement personnel. According to a report by the ACLU of Texas, Border Patrol-involved vehicle pursuits resulted in 107 deaths, not including law enforcement officers, between January of 2010 and November of 2023. Following public outcry as the number of deaths continued to rise, CBP conducted a review of its vehicle pursuit policy. The review resulted in a newly revised directive published in January of last year, just 1 month after Agent Gonzalez was killed. The net effect of the new policy is to discourage the number of high-speed pursuits. When weighing the potential risk to the safety of the public and law enforcement officers, many jurisdictions have determined that the risks are far too great to justify a vehicle pursuit. I hope CBP agents will be encouraged to adhere to the agency's updated policy. I have many concerns with the criminal aspects of this legislation, but most troubling is its inclusion of mandatory minimum sentences. For more than a decade, mandatory minimums have been widely condemned for many reasons, including their disproportionate application in cases involving people of color and the resulting mass incarceration and over-policing of marginalized communities. We must continue to resist every urge to add to the list of federal criminal offenses subject to mandatory minimum penalties because they have served to perpetuate injustice and inequity within our criminal justice system. Turning to the immigration provisions of this bill, the justification for such harsh penalties is similarly lacking. People who are convicted of fleeing law enforcement are already deportable and inadmissible. One of the many ways someone can become inadmissible or deportable is if they are convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude, commonly called the CIMT. Courts have previously determined that knowingly fleeing or eluding law enforcement is a CIMT. However, this bill makes a significant change by not requiring that an individual actually be convicted of the crime to render them deportable. Under current law, to be deportable for a CIMT, there must be a conviction. But this bill would erase that conviction requirement, allowing someone to be rendered deportable even if they have never been convicted of a crime. Deportability is not about undocumented immigrants who are already removable. This is about people who are here legally, who in many cases have put down roots, have American citizen spouses and family and children. By and large, we are talking about lawful permanent residents. People have put down roots in our communities. And as I said, many of whom have U.S. citizens, spouses, and children who have truly established themselves here in the United States. If they are convicted of evading or fleeing law enforcement, they are generally already removable. Rendering such a person deportable without requiring a conviction raises serious due process concerns. While the inclusion of mandatory minimum sentences is enough reason to vote no on H.R. 5585, the unjustifiably harsh immigration provisions render the bill a complete non-starter. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 5585, the Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act. This bill is named in honor of a heroic Border Patrol agent who was tragically killed in the line of duty last year while pursuing illegal migrants as they attempted to evade capture in my home state of Texas. The crisis at our southern border threatens our community's safety and our national security. Far too often we see smugglers and illegal immigrants desperate to evade detection and prosecution who are willing to endanger themselves and innocent bystanders by taking brave law enforcement officers like Agent Gonzalez on high-speed chases. Tragically, this administration deliberately opened our borders to weaken national security, and their policies continue to encourage smugglers and cartels who stand to make a profit by moving illegal immigrants and drugs into our country. Our Border Patrol agents want nothing more than to secure the border and apprehend those illegal migrants. But this administration won't let them do their jobs. And as we've seen, cartel members, smugglers, and human traffickers have no qualms about surpassing speeds of 100 miles per hour or greater, even in residential areas. Our law enforcement officers have to make a difficult decision in those cases about whether or not to pursue the vehicle. This pursuit could make a difference in a child's life who is being in the grips of a human trafficker, or it could also prevent thousands of doses of deadly fentanyl from reaching our communities and murdering our children. H.R. 5585 will help protect our brave law enforcement officers by criminalizing the act of fleeing from Border Patrol agents and local law enforcement officers. By passing this bill, we will give our law enforcement officers the tool they need to prosecute and punish criminals who engage in these dangerous high-speed chases. We will ensure that any illegal alien who evades Border Patrol agents can be deported and not allowed to return to our country. We have a solemn duty to do everything in our power to protect those who protect us. And I'm grateful to my friend from Arizona, Mr. Ciscomani, for offering this important piece of legislation, and to Senator Cruz for offering a similar measure in the U.S. Senate. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I would remind the gentlelady and others that people who engage in high-speed chases with the Border Patrol are already deportable. The question in this bill is not whether they should be deported. It's whether they should be convicted of the crime of engaging in a high-speed chase before being deported, or whether we throw due process out the window. Mr. Chairman, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Let me thank my friend, and I rise in opposition to H.R. 5585. Why? Because it's redundant, it's pointless, and it does nothing to move us in a direction to deal with the real issues and the real needs that we have on the U.S.-Mexico border. It is, to me, purely a hollow, shrill political campaign tactic to satisfy Trump and to move fear, division, and the underpinnings of race, if not directly, covertly, as the central tactic of the House Republicans and Republicans in general in the 2024 election. That cynicism is what prevents us from doing anything legitimately in a bipartisan way that is a lasting solution to the issue of the border and the issue of immigration. And I believe that we're going to talk about a humane solution, a secure solution, and a bipartisan solution, then everyone needs to be involved. We don't need more of the same, but right now, we're not going to see any action in this House by the Republican majority on the issue of real immigration reform. What we're going to see from them is to continue to feed the fear, the anger as a campaign tactic. So to them, the more the chaos, the less of a solution, the less of a humane and secure response to the issue of the border, the better for them. They believe it enhances their election chances in 2024. I think the American people are smarter than that. And the compassion and the dignity of the American people is strong. And we will see through this ruse that if you want to deal with immigration, you want to begin to solve this crisis in this country, then you have to do it as a country and not as a limited ideological position on the part of one person running for President Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the honor to stand before this distinguished body to highlight the urgency and importance of the Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act. In the face of one of the most severe border crises in our history, it is imperative that we unite to support this crucial legislation. This bill, which I proudly co-led with Congressman Ciscomani, is a commitment to our national security and public safety. It is also an acknowledgement of the perilous risks that our brave Border Patrol officers face daily. Agent Raul Gonzalez, a hero and a cherished member of our community, tragically lost his life in a high-speed chase involving illegal immigrants. This heart-wrenching incident is a reminder of the dangers at our border. This law proposes that any illegal immigrant who fails to yield to a Border Patrol agent could be charged with a felony. Moreover, if their actions result in the tragic loss of an officer's life, they could face life sentences. This isn't about right versus left. It is about right versus wrong and protecting those who protect us. I invite my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to join us. This is a time for unity, not division. Supporting this life-saving legislation means standing up for the rule of law and sending a clear message. Evading American law enforcement is a serious offense. And if it results in the death of an officer, the consequences will be severe. Our nation is stronger when we work together and prioritize common sense over division. The Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act is a pivotal step in ensuring our borders are not only safe, but respected. Let's honor the memory of this brave man and the countless others who have put their lives on the line every single day. Let this bill's passage be a testament to our shared resolve to safeguard our nation and uphold its laws. I thank my colleagues for their support. Let's stand united for public safety, our Border Patrol agents, and for a stronger, more secure America. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is
I'm
recognized.
ready to close as well.
Gentleman is recognized. Oh, the gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentlelady from, I think, Texas a moment ago said that this bill was necessary for the safety of our people. The truth is, the safety of our people is already provided for by the current law, which makes engaging in a high-speed chase with Border Patrol people a deportable offense already. What this bill does is to remove due process protections. Due process protections that throughout our law we recognize as very important. But the truth of the matter is, this is a diversion. Everybody on that side of the aisle knows this bill is going nowhere in the Senate. This bill is not intended to go anywhere in the Senate. Everyone knows that a serious and very harsh overall immigration bill is being negotiated in the Senate by Democratic senators, by very conservative Republican senators. A bill that is much more conservative than I would like to see, which I may not vote for, but which will probably get 75 or 80 votes in the Senate and could be signed by the President, establishing a very harsh regime that the other side of the aisle would probably like, that Senator Lankford likes, that Senator Tillis likes, not notable liberal members. But because we have a former president who has said, and I appreciate his honesty, who has said he doesn't want a solution to the problem. He doesn't want our border problem fixed until he is the president again, because he wants the issue. So what we're really dealing with is, should we enact legislation that may solve the border problem, or should we keep it as an issue so that Donald Trump can campaign on it and we can all debate that issue during the campaign but take no action? That's what we're really debating. And this bill and the 3 bills that will come this week are diversions. They're minor bills. They don't really do anything to keep our safety. As I said, for instance, on this one, engaging in a high-speed chase with the CBP is already a deportable offense. All they want to do in this bill is remove some due process provisions for longtime residents. But this is pitiful, and it's minor league stuff compared to major legislation that will actually solve our border problem. And that legislation is pending in the Senate. The Senate will probably pass it next week, but we are told that it won't even be allowed to come to a vote in the House. Why? Because Marjorie Taylor Greene has said that if the Speaker brings any immigration bill that the Senate passes to the floor, she will move to vacate the chair. Why? Because our former president wants a campaign issue. Senator Tillis has said this is shameful. Senator Romney has said this is more than shameful. And yet, that's what we're hearing, that's what we're seeing from our friends on the Republican side of the aisle. A total disinterest in the public interest. A total disinterest in the public safety. A total interest only in rhetoric and campaign material. And they said it by their own admission. So let's not waste our time with this bill, which is irrelevant. It's not a good bill either because it dispenses with due process, but it's irrelevant because it's not going anywhere in the Senate. Or the other 3 bills that were reported out of the Judiciary Committee that are also going nowhere in the Senate that we will waste our time on in the next few days. Why waste our time? Why not deal with something real? Why not deal, if not on immigration, at least on something else real? This Congress has passed, with the exception of continuing resolutions and the debt ceiling crisis, has passed not one single bill into law. Not one. And even the continuing resolution to prevent the government from shutting down half on March 1st and half on March 8th, passed with 107 Republicans voting yes, 106 Republicans voting no, and the Democrats all voting yes. We pulled the fat out of the fire. So let's not waste our time with this. Let's not waste our time with this unnecessary legislation. Let's do something serious about immigration. Let's do something serious about anything. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from California is recognized to close.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, setting aside my good friend's weird obsession with Donald Trump, I hope Americans will take note of what's been said in this debate. The Democrats made the point, well, why chase them and endanger themselves and the public? Why not just let them go? Well, the answer should be obvious. Under the Democrats' open borders policy, all that you've got to do is flag down a Border Patrol officer and make a phony asylum claim. Under their policies, you'll be immediately released into our country. You'll get a plane or bus ticket anywhere you want to go. You'll get free meals, free snacks, free clothes, free phones. You immediately qualify for free medical care, free housing, free education for your kids. Within 6 months, you'll be given work authorization to undercut working American families. You'll be assured that your phony claim won't be heard for many years into the future if you show up at all. And when you're finally ordered deported, as is the case with the overwhelming majority of these claims, that court order will simply be ignored by our own government. There are already currently 1.3 million such deportation orders that the administration already simply ignores. So with all of these benefits waiting for you simply by flagging down a Border Patrol officer, Why in the world would you want to evade capture by endangering your own lives? Well, the only reason I can think of is that you're either hiding a criminal record or you're committing a crime. That, Mr. Ranking Member, is why the Border Patrol chases evaders. They've caught hundreds of known terrorists and countless pounds of fentanyl and other deadly drugs by doing so. FBI Director Chris Wray warned the Judiciary Committee that this constitutes a massive security threat. His words, a massive security threat. Let that sink in. And then consider the barbaric terrorist attack 103 days ago in Israel. I believe it's just a matter of time before we see a coordinated terrorist attack in our own country from elements that have entered as a direct result of Biden's policies. We've already seen lone wolf attacks in Belgium, France, Germany, Denmark because of their lax border policies. I'm afraid this is only the tip of the this iceberg. So again, Mr. Ranking Member, that is why we chase evaders. And those evaders need to be held accountable to the law and punished, and if they're foreigners, they need to be removed from our country. And yet the Democrats object to this. Now, the Democrats have argued that the bill should not include a mandatory minimum sentence. Well, let's go over specifically what they object to. If you cause a high-speed chase that injures somebody, you're going to serve a minimum of 5 years under this bill. If you kill somebody, it's a minimum of 10 years. Does any reasonable person believe these mandatory minimums are unreasonable? Ask the American who's been paralyzed in such a crash if it's unreasonable. Ask the family of the mother who's been killed in such a crash if that's unreasonable. The only people who seem to think this is unreasonable are the Democrats in this House, and voters might want to do something about that. The Democrats argue that the bill is unnecessary because aliens who are convicted of fleeing an immigration checkpoint are already removable. You heard that argument several times. Well, that's true, but it only applies to those who are fleeing a checkpoint. It doesn't make the alien admissible back into our country either. This bill applies to all smugglers causing dangerous crashes or chases within 100 miles of the border, and it creates serious penalties for those who injure or kill officers or bystanders during these pursuits. Now, the Democrats have also claimed that this measure would destroy due process by deporting an alien who hasn't actually been convicted of a crime. Well, actually, this bill requires either a conviction of a crime or an admission of committing that crime. That's the same standard we apply to aliens guilty of overstaying a visa, violating non-immigrant status or condition of entry, smuggling aliens, committing marriage fraud, being a drug user or a drug addict, falsely claiming U.S. citizenship, or engaging in espionage. This bill simply adds evasion of the Border Patrol to this existing list. And by the way, the confession's not an idle matter. Under 80 years of precedent, the alien's confession has to be explicit, unequivocal, and unqualified. And the Department of Homeland Security then has the burden of proof to show that the statement meets the requirement for removal purposes, and an immigration judge must then find that the admission is based on reasonable, substantial, and probative evidence. So this is hardly a casual confession, but it does save years and years of court proceedings and appeals. Mr. Speaker, we've heard directly from the officers and citizens of our border communities of the dangers that they now face day after day as cartel smugglers drive at high speeds through their towns to evade the Border Patrol or the police. This bill says if you clearly admit to this crime or you're convicted of it and you're a foreign national, we will not only deport you, but it will be grounds for forbidding you from returning, which is not part of the current law. The bill says to legal and illegal residents alike, if you hurt somebody while causing this reckless hazard, we'll throw you in jail for 5 years. If you kill somebody, it's 10. The Democrats are opposed to these reforms, which should tell people everything they need to know about the obstacles that we are facing to securing our border and returning our border communities to peace and safety. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee, print 11821, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of House Report 118-362. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to an amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 118-362. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 5585.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-362, offered by Ms. Crockett of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 980, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As legislators, it's our job to make sure we are not moving forward with drafting legislation that is on its face flawed. If we want to legislate and address immigration, let's mean what we say and do so in an effective manner. And this bill does not live up to that standard. The inclusion of the term actively assisting is ripe for judicial scrutiny and will undoubtedly result in court challenges, wasting taxpayer dollars and government resources. But fiscal issues caused by poor legislative drafting are the least of my concerns with this bill. This language is so deeply concerning because we already have been witnessing how aggressive policing tactics and unconstitutional racial profiling directed by rogue governors like Governor Greg Abbott have led to severe harm to and has undermined our legal system, all in the name of actively assisting the U.S. Border Patrol. Take, for instance, this past Christmas, where U.S. citizens, a husband, wife, their 13-year-old daughter, and their grandmother living in El Paso were wrongfully targeted by Texas officers in unmarked vehicles after they were coming back from visiting relatives just across the border in Mexico. The officers ran the family off the road, and at least 4 Texas Department of Public Safety officers wearing street clothes and tactical vests quickly surrounded their car and began pointing semi-automatic rifles at them. Because of the accident, the grandmother had to receive x-rays and still has lingering back pain. The daughter, likely traumatized from having weapons of war pointed at her and her family. No one, including me, doubts more must be done to address the problems we are seeing at the border. But this type of unlawful harassment of citizens is not it. And to be clear, my amendment in no way prevents federal, state, or local officers from working with Border Patrol agents, nor does it say that federal, state, and local officers do not have a role to play here. In fact, several border counties, including counties in Texas, already have U.S. Customs and Border Protection memoranda of understanding with state and local officials to work with immigration enforcement. Nothing in my amendment would prevent these written agreements that lay out their clear chains of command and clear codes of conduct. But what my amendment does is to prevent state and local law enforcement from acting lawlessly at the misguided direction of a governor who refuses to work with men and women of the United States Border Patrol because he thinks he is above the law. If my Republican colleagues reject this amendment and keep the current language, they are supporting actions that have historically lacked due diligence to prevent harm and encourage lawlessness that leads to more dangerous instances like the one that occurred at Christmas. If the House rejects this amendment, it will give Governor Abbott a tool to carry on in his unconstitutional border policies without federal oversight and coordination. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentlelady from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
To claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment requires a new fact to be proven at trial, that the pursuing law enforcement officer was, quote, under the command of the U.S. Border Patrol in each and every case. Well, I can imagine many circumstances where local law enforcement's alerted to a Border Patrol chase that's going through their jurisdiction and then act immediately to assist them without necessarily being directly under their command. The issue is not who is pursuing smugglers, but rather the circumstances of the pursuit. Namely, this person is evading the Border Patrol. It's unlikely that during each and every pursuit in progress, the Border Patrol is going to have time to deputize local law enforcement, place them under their command. This is a ridiculous expectation, so ridiculous as to raise the suspicion that it's intended solely to render the bill unworkable and meaningless. These high-speed chases occur far too often in our border communities, and state and local law enforcement are often first responders in protecting these communities along with the Border Patrol. This amendment would serve only to challenge law enforcement who are properly doing their job to stop smugglers and illegal aliens from terrorizing their communities, and I therefore oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
If the gentleman has opposition and has an offer to define actively assisting, then that would be great. But the reality is that what's going to happen is what we've seen happen in the state of Texas, where we have a governor who has murders on his hand as far as I'm concerned, because we've had active deaths at the hands of mishandling this. If this is going to be a federal issue, then the federal government needs to be the ones that are absolutely going to be over federal law. So they can have memorandums of understanding. If that means that every single county at the border needs to go ahead and enter into a memorandum of understanding, then they need to. But this is a federal issue. It is not a state issue. And this protects federalism and makes sure that it will be under the hands of the federal government with this federal law instead of state government. And I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'm prepared to close when the gentlelady's finished.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Texas.
I'll yield back.
Gentlelady from Texas yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I was just shocked to hear the gentlelady accuse the governor of Texas of murder. This is an example of the kind of extremism that we see on the left in this House today. Now, the fact is the Border Patrol agents are strained to the breaking point by this administration's open border policies, and they often rely on local law enforcement having their backs. You know what active assistance is? It's a high-speed chase is going through your community, and you're there in a position to back up the Border Patrol. You can't negotiate that. You cannot be deputized. That is part and parcel of law enforcement. You have to spring into action. Whenever local police are providing this assistance, they should have the protection that this bill provides. And it also puts every smuggler on notice that if you're trafficking human beings or drugs across the border and you're pursued, well, you darn well better pull over. Apparently, this is just too much for the Democrats to bear. I'm not sure whether we should laugh this amendment off the floor or merely defeat it, but in either event, it's a foolish idea. It deserves a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California yields. The question on the amendment is offered by the gentlelady from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker,
for what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 118-362. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 118-362, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 980, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro,
A member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The gentleman recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you. The Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act is an important measure meant to impose criminal penalties and deportation against those who flee the U.S. Border Patrol officers in a vehicle. The bill also seeks to ensure that individuals that do so are not able to apply for legal immigration status going forward. And now, my amendment ensures Congress and the public are fully aware, extending greater transparency to the extent of these crimes that are being committed. Specifically, my amendment requires a report to Congress from the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security on the number of individuals who are charged with fleeing Border Patrol, those caught but not charged, and those who committed the crime but are not caught. Now, of course, none of this, and this amendment wouldn't be necessary at all, were the President to take appropriate action to secure our border. But his failure to do so has led us to the necessity to continue to impose new restrictions to ensure that our border is secure. The public deserves to know the true extent of how open our borders are, and any time an individual starts to flee from law enforcement in a vehicle, they not only put the lives of other Americans at risk, but they risk the lives of the law enforcement themselves and even their own lives. And so I urge my colleagues to adopt this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Does anyone seek opposition?
Speaker.
For what purposes, gentleman from New York, rise?
I claim the time in opposition, though I do not oppose the amendment.
Without objection?
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I won't oppose the amendment, but I do want to make 2 points. First, the data collected under this amendment is unlikely to be of much value without any understanding of the circumstances surrounding the charging decisions. So although I will not oppose it, I am concerned that without additional information, such a report could draw misleading or false conclusions. Second, and more important, this amendment does absolutely nothing to improve the underlying bill. Therefore, whether or not this amendment passes, I still urge strong opposition to the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. I welcome my colleagues' support of the amendment. I also would just reinforce that greater transparency is always appropriate and necessary. And, of course, again, reiterate, should the President take appropriate action, which exists under the current law, we could, in fact, avoid these kinds of crimes from being committed. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman from New York yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 5585, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration H.R. 5585 and has come to no resolution thereon. Thanks. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 980 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5585. Will the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 5585, which the clerk will record by title.
A bill to impose criminal and immigration penalties for intentionally fleeing a pursuing federal officer while operating a motor vehicle.
When the Committee of the Whole House rose earlier today, Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 118-362, offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, the unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 118-362, offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-362, offered by Ms. Crockett of Texas.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
So just read this now. Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 201, the nays 224. The amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 55905, and pursuant to House Resolution 9020, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with a further amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 5585 and pursuant to House Resolution 980 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with a further amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted.
Well, no, that was on adoption.
The question's on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it, third reading.
H.R. 5585, a bill to impose criminal and immigration penalties for intentionally fleeing a pursuing federal officer while operating a motor vehicle.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no.
Oh.
The ayes have it.
Mr.
The bill's
Speaker,
passed, and without objection,
Mr.
a motion
Speaker,
to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I ask for the ayes and nays. Yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. 271, the nays are 154. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, Georgia tragically lost 3 of our soldiers in an attack on our military in Jordan. 2 were from the 1st District of Georgia. All 3 were Army reservists assigned to the 718th Engineer Company, 926th Engineer Battalion, 926th Engineer Brigade in Fort Moore, Georgia. Brianna Alexandria Moffitt was 23 years old. She was a native of Savannah. She went to Windsor Forest High School, where she was a member of the Mighty Marching Knights drum majors. Kennedy Landon Sanders was 24 years old and from Waycross. Flags are at half-staff in Waycross and Ware counties in honor of Sanders. Both women were supporting Operation Inherent Resolve during this Jordan deployment. At this time, I'm going to yield to Representative Drew Ferguson to tell about the third.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to one of my constituents, Sergeant William Jerome Rivers of Carrollton, Georgia. Originally from New Jersey, he enlisted in the Army Reserves in 2011 and moved to the great state of Georgia in 2015, and he loved the great state of Georgia. He had completed a rotation in Iraq in support of Operation Inherent Resolve, was highly decorated. He was a good friend, hard worker, and very dedicated. Today we rise to recognize that his sacrifice will never be forgotten, and we rise to say that our deepest prayers and sympathies are with his beloved wife Darlene and his son William Jr. May we continue to support the lives of our service members.
Mr. Speaker, our brave service members put their lives on the line every day, and we owe our freedoms and security to them. I ask my colleagues representing the state of Georgia and all those here to join me in a moment of silence in honor of our brave heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise? For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor of H.R. 977. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's request is granted. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as co-sponsor of H.R. 503.
The gentlewoman's request is granted. House will come to order. The House will come to order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the Allegheny River as Pennsylvania's 2024 River of the Year. The historic Allegheny River starts as a stream in Potter County, meandering through a field of wildflowers before crossing briefly through New York and then through 6 counties in western Pennsylvania. The 325-mile river ends in Pittsburgh, where it meets 2 other rivers. The Allegheny River provides a fertile valley and abundant biodiversity, leading to many calling this place home. The U.S. Forest Service has documented more than 50 mammals, 200 birds, 25 amphibians, 20 reptiles, 80 fish, 25 freshwater mussels in and around the Allegheny. A series of locks and dams were constructed in the early 20th century to make the Allegheny River navigable for barges to transport goods, and now swimming, boating, and fishing are enjoyed by residents and visitors. Whether bird watching, island camping, or traveling through the locks, you're sure to find that the Allegheny River is rich with life and history and beauty. Mr. Speaker, I remain committed to keeping the Allegheny River a key piece of the western Pennsylvania's economy. Congratulations on this spectacular achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the political attacks on Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. House Republicans have put forth House Resolution 863 to blame Mayorkas for our border crisis. Yet, Republicans are responsible for the crisis. The Trump administration presided over the largest immigration flow in this century. Under Republican leadership, or lack of, America had 11.4 million undocumented immigrants. It was the largest number in U.S. history. And Republicans took more than 3 years to resolve asylum and other migration cases. Democratic administrators took less than 1 year. Republicans allow millions of illegal immigrants to stay in this country and send a message to millions more that Republicans do not enforce immigration rules. But Republicans do not want to talk about these facts. Instead, they want to target political enemies and do nothing to solve the border crisis.
Gentleman's time has expired.
They are working at the behest of the president, former president.
Gentleman's time has expired.
To do nothing, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate James W. Putney, Jr., a veteran, a patriot, and Grand Marshal of the 2023 Charleston Veterans Day Parade. Mr. Putney proudly led the 23rd Annual Veterans Day Parade, which was dedicated to America's heroes. His devout service and leadership have been evident since answering the call to join the United States Army at 17 years old. Over 2 decades of honorable service resulted in his retirement as a staff sergeant at Fort Benning, Georgia. In his military journey, James played vital roles as a construction and combat engineer. Post-retirement, he returned to his roots in Savannah, transitioning to a career at the Chatham County Courthouse, where he continued his service until 2016. Even in retirement, James remained actively involved in various local organizations as he continues to exemplify dedication and leadership to his community and to his country. Congratulations, James. Thank you for your service to our country and to our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Dr. Lorna Breen was a hero, a healthcare provider who put her life on the line to treat patients during the pandemic. Like countless other healthcare providers during that time, she struggled with her mental health and ultimately took her own life on April 26, 2020. To honor her legacy and provide resources to support other physicians facing mental health crises, I was proud to introduce the Dr. Lorna Breen Healthcare Providers Protection Act, and I was thrilled to watch President Biden sign it into law last Congress. Now the time has come for us to reaffirm our commitment to supporting our healthcare providers. So today, I introduce legislation to reauthorize this critical law, extending its funding through 2029. The work to bring mental health out of the shadows is far from over, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this legislation that will keep our health care providers safe. I am grateful for the support of Representatives Kiggans and Dingell for joining me to introduce this bill, for the partnership of my colleagues in the Senate, and for the tireless advocacy of the Dr. Lorna Breen Heroes Foundation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, President Biden is sacrificing American jobs in supporting Vladimir Putin's aggression by pausing U.S. exports of liquefied natural gas abroad, all in the name of climate change. In typical D.C. fashion, the President has refused to look at the facts before threatening our energy infrastructure. Not only is LNG a clean energy source, it's abundantly produced in our own backyard. By cutting off American LNG, we are forcing our allies into the arms of nations with zero environmental regulations. Over the last 2 years, the EU has been forced to import nearly 40% more LNG from Russia, directly funding Russian aggression in Ukraine with roughly $21 billion in 2022 alone. If kept intact, our LNG industry is projected to bring up to 452,000 additional jobs to hardworking Americans by 2040, adding $50 to $73 billion to our economy. It's time to prioritize the well-being of Americans over the flawed ideologies of the Green New Deal.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last year, Republicans in the North Carolina General Assembly enacted egregiously gerrymandered congressional maps that effectively silenced the voices of North Carolina voters. North Carolina is a purple state, and we finally have a congressional delegation that reflects the rich ideological and racial diversity of our great state. However, with these new maps, Republicans have dismantled the important progress we have made toward fair representation, and they did this behind closed doors with minimal public input. That's why I led the entire North Carolina Democratic delegation in introducing the Redistricting, Transparency, and Accountability Act. This critical legislation would establish extensive opportunities for public input in redistricting and for congressional maps to be fair. It would require disclosures regarding individuals and groups that participate in the map drawing process. We cannot have government by and for the people as long as politicians determine election outcomes long before voters get to the polls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and amend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Last Saturday marked the National Day of Remembrance for Downwinders. The movie Oppenheimer reminded the nation that New Mexico is where the government first detonated an atomic bomb. The story that remains untold and the justice that remains unsolved is the explosion's impact on nearby communities. That bomb's radioactive ash showered nearby communities who the government failed to warn or evacuate before the Trinity test. Little girls danced around, catching the ash on their tongues, thinking it was summer snow. Those little girls, like thousands of New Mexicans, developed cancer and deadly diseases because of the Trinity test outrageously. The Radiation Exposure Compensation Act compensated others, but not New Mexican downwinders. All downwinders deserve justice, as we remember the downwinders and miners who have already passed and those who still suffer. We must pass the RECA Amendments Act to include them too.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we do have a crisis at the border. For decades, we have been waiting for a solution for comprehensive immigration reform. In fact, in my first term here in the House, I was proud to be one of the leads on the comprehensive immigration reform bill that included common sense solutions for undocumented people here, accelerated pathways for our young people who call themselves dreamers, and had investments in enforcement measures. But House Republicans refused to allow it to move forward, even after the Senate voted to pass it. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my House Republican colleagues why they won't take yes for an answer. President Biden has made clear our immigration system is broken, and only Congress can fix it. But my Republican colleagues want to scream that the president is not doing enough to fix our broken immigration system, but yet are not willing to bring actual reforms up for a vote. In fact, they only brought a bill that would cut 2,000 Custom and Border agents.
Gentleman's time has expired.
That's not a solution. Let's work together. Let's pass a bipartisan bill.
Gentleman's
Take yes
time has expired.
for an answer. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Walgreens is planning to close yet another pharmacy in the Massachusetts 7th, this time on Warren Street in Roxbury, a community that is 85% Black and Latino. This closure is a part of a larger trend of abandoning low-income communities like the previous closures in Mattapan and Hyde Park, both in the Massachusetts 7th. When a Walgreens leaves a neighborhood, they disrupt the entire community, and they take with them baby formula, diapers, asthma inhalers, life-saving medications, and of course, jobs. These closures are not arbitrary and they are not innocent. They are life-threatening acts of racial and economic discrimination. That is why I joined with Senator Markey and Warren to demand answers from Walgreens CEO. Why was there no community input, no adequate notice to customers, and no transition resources to prevent gaps in health care? Shame on you, Walgreens. Having a website with talking points about health equity and underserved communities is not enough. Walgreens is a multi-billion-dollar corporation that needs to put their money where their mouth is and stop divesting from Black and brown communities.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to lead my colleagues in a special order hour. Tonight, I'm honored to be joined by colleagues to continue to shed light and bring broader awareness to the ongoing hostage crisis that plagues the Israeli and Jewish communities around the world. On October 7th, Hamas launched a horrific attack against Israeli civilians, resulting in the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. Recently, we marked 100 days since Hamas's gruesome attack. That's more than 100 days of inconceivable suffering for families who had their loved ones ripped away from them, more than 100 days consumed by nonstop panic, dread, and uncertainty. The pain, shock, and anger burning in the hearts of the Jewish people will never dull. I know my own heart has felt like it was encased in lead ever since that fateful day, but it couldn't compare to the anguish and heartbreak of the families whose loved ones are still held captive by terrorists. The last time my colleagues and I came together like this to highlight the hostages Hamas continues to cruelly hold hostage in Gaza, I fervently hoped the New Year's arrival would make this advocacy no longer necessary. Our work, advocacy, and pressure has been relentless that Hamas release the hostages and bring theirs and their families' nightmare to an end. Tragically, however, the nightmare continues. It is sadly fitting that since marking the 100 days since October 7th, we also commemorated International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Jewish communities around the world gathered to honor the memory of the 6 million Jews who were murdered in the Holocaust and the countless millions of others who perished at the hands of the Nazis and their collaborators. We look back because we can never forget, Mr. Speaker. We cannot avert our eyes from the horror that humanity is capable of inflicting. We look back not only to memorialize the victims, but to learn from the darkness of the past. We also look back to not allow humanity to move forward without addressing the root causes that led to the horrific persecution of the Jewish people, which is the main reason we are here tonight, to dissuade those who forget or avert their eyes from the horrors that Hamas unleashed. I recently returned to Israel and the region with our bipartisan bicameral congressional delegation that was in the region on October 7th, with the sole purpose of galvanizing the multinational effort to secure the release of each and every last hostage. In Israel, we met with families who are desperate for any shred of information which might result in their loved one's release. We visited Kibbutz Nir Oz and saw the devastation Hamas wrought. We saw the remains house after house that Hamas set on fire with the sole purpose of murdering the families inside. I saw firsthand Hamas's maniacal dedication to the destruction and eradication of Israel and the Jewish people. My message is clear. We will not let Hamas succeed. The United States will continue to stand with Israel, and the Jewish people will live on as we have in the face of oppression and tyranny for millennia. Tonight, my colleagues and I will speak about those who remain held captive in Gaza, show their beautiful faces, and remind all of us not to forget these victims who are still suffering under terrorist cruelty. During our last special order, I had the honor to speak about the Bibas family, parents Shiri and Yarden, and their boys Ariel and Kafir. At 9 months old, Kafir was the youngest hostage taken. On January 18th, Kafir turned 1. If Hamas never attacked Israel and never kidnapped women and children, he would have celebrated his first birthday with his family in his community. Instead, his family is left reeling, not knowing. This cruelty is unimaginable. The Bibas family and sweet Kafir remain in my heart. Tonight, I'll be honoring Agam Berger, who was taken captive on October 7th shortly after calling her father, telling him she heard shots fired. I had the opportunity to meet her father, Shlomi, recently. Seeing the pain in his eyes was unbearable. I can tell in speaking with Shlomi that Agam comes from a very tight-knit family. She has 3 siblings, including her twin sister. Mr. Speaker, as the mother of twins, I imagined the panic I would feel, and as a Jewish mother of three young adult children, I saw my own children when listening to his story. Agam is a selfless young woman, volunteering with adults and children who have special needs and learning disabilities. She is the courageous young woman we all hope our children will grow up to be. Her family and friends proudly speak about her extraordinary musical talent. You can see her here with her violin. Agam played the violin since she was in the 4th grade. Mr. Speaker, next time I'm in Israel, I look forward to hearing Agam play her violin and listening to her immense talent, which her father played for us by video. I want Shlomi and Agam's whole family to know that this chamber stands with them, and we will continue to fight for Agam's release. Mr. Speaker, I'm joined by a number of members tonight who all want to stand in solidarity with Israel and press for the release of the hostages, and I now yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz for doing this special order again tonight. This is the second, maybe third time she's done this to ensure that we do everything we can to tell these stories and to convince Hamas and those who fund Hamas to release every single hostage. I'm here to speak about Zahi Adin. He was kidnapped on the 7th, just after his daughter was killed. He was taken from his wife and his other child. They heard the sirens. They went into their safe house. And before long, a neighbor who had been forced by Hamas forced their way into the bomb shelter. Imagine being in there with him. His teenage daughter throws herself against the door to protect herself and her family, her dad, her sister, her mom. She was immediately shot and killed. He sees this and then is taken. And he's been held hostage for 115 days. I go back to Israel in a couple weeks, and it's entirely possible that I get to spend time with him if Hamas releases the hostages. Like him, I'm a father. I have a teenage daughter. And I hate this war. I want this war to end. I join all of us who've called for a ceasefire. We can't end this war until all of the hostages are home. I know that others will stand up tonight, talk about the lives, stories of others being held hostage. Over 100 still remain in Gaza, including a 1-year-old. It cannot be overlooked by all those pushing for peace and a ceasefire that the quickest way to end this war is for Hamas to release these hostages, to get every single one of these hostages back home to their families and to their communities. I hope that is something we can all agree on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his relentless support and advocacy for the release of the hostages and his support for Israel. I'd now like to yield the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, our former Majority Leader of the U.S. House of Representatives, 3 minutes. Mr. Hoyer has been a stalwart supporter of the State of Israel for his entire tenure in the United States Congress.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today, as I have before, to speak up for a brave American, Itai Hen. It's been 115 days since Hamas took Itai hostage while he was serving in the IDF. He's only 19 years of age. This Friday is his 20th birthday. Itai may be young, but I know from his dad, Ruby, that he's already someone of great character, courage, and conviction, and compassion for others. Crucially, as his dad tells me, he's New York tough. I have no doubt that Itai has the strength, resilience, and determination to endure any hardship, no matter how grueling, no matter how long. That's the type of person Itai is. But he should not have to. He shouldn't have to sit in Hamas's covert caves for 115 days awaiting rescue. He shouldn't have to wonder whether he will see home again. He shouldn't have to display the courage that I know he's showing this very moment. Instead, Mr. Speaker, he ought to be at home right now, watching tonight's NBA game and rooting for the Lakers, much to his dad's chagrin. He ought to be horsing around with his brother Roy alone. He ought to be celebrating his birthday with them and their parents, Ruby and Hagit. Sadly, he's not. Behind every single face we see on these posters tonight are families and friends who have done everything possibly they can to bring their loved ones home. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, Ruby has come to the Capitol Hill almost every week since October 7th. Mr. Speaker, these families are doing everything they can, but their Congress is not. It's been 102 days since President Biden requested emergency supplemental aid for Israel, as well as Ukraine. For 102 days, this Congress has failed to deliver. We are not powerless, but we are lacking in action. We are members of Congress of the United States of America. We're privileged to be in a position where we can do more than say prayers and offer condolences, although that is important. This Congress needs to take action to put Israel in the strongest position possible to bring these hostages home safely, every one of them, and to prevent this tragedy from ever occurring again. For the sake of Itai, his family, and all of the other hostages and their families, we must act. We must show an ounce of resolve. They displayed every moment this nightmare continues. Mr. Speaker, I'll keep coming to this floor until we do. I will not stop until I see Itai in his family's embrace and all those hostages returned home safely. Let us act as we can. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his stalwart leadership, support for the Jewish people and for the State of Israel. Now I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, who is also the co-chair of the American Hostage Task Force.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share the story of Romy Gonen, still held hostage in Gaza, a bright, young, 23-year-old woman who, on that fateful Saturday morning, 10:58 a.m. to be exact, was at a peace concert with her friends out in the desert. And then she found herself in an unimaginable circumstance, fleeing in a car with her friends, being shot at, trying to escape Hamas terrorists. The car was later found, and it was empty. Romy's incredible mother, Marav, describes her daughter as strong, a happy type, and she was a former Scouts counselor, someone who loved being with children. And so as we stand here telling Romy's story from the House of Representatives, from the floor and the concentration of democracy in the United States of America, we recognize that what happened on October 7th was an attack on all of us. It was an attack on free and civil society. It was an attack on humanity. And the fact that for 115 days, Romy and hundreds of others of all ages and demographics and different ethnicities have been held hostage by those who do not seek to keep their own people safe is a reality that we have to reckon with, because it is fear that they have sought to put into all of us. I'm calling for Romy's release, along with all of the hostages' release. I continue to support the Biden administration's efforts through diplomacy and through negotiation to return these individuals. But I also am using the authority vested in me as a member of the United States House of Representatives to call for the passage of aid, to call for the funding of aid, so that we can see Romy reunite with her family and so that we can see this war come to an end. We are heartbroken over the death and destruction that Hamas terrorists have brought on to the beautiful and incredible country of Israel, and frankly, to their own people. No one was calling for war but Hamas on 10/7. We have to stand by democracy as the United States of America. We have to stand by individuals and people like Romy and her family and the others. It is a true and profound honor to be here this evening with my colleague, someone who I admire so deeply, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. And like our Majority Leader Emeritus Steny Hoyer, I will continue to come to this floor to advocate, to push, and to fight for the return of Romy and the far too many others who have been continued to be held hostage by Hamas terrorists. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her incredible support, leadership, advocacy, and poignancy in which she has been a supporter of the State of Israel in her hour of need. Now I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, my dear friend and fellow co-chair of the bipartisan Latino Jewish Caucus, Mr. Espaillat, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the gentle lady from Florida for yielding time. As co-chair of the bipartisan Latino Jewish Caucus, I rise today to tell an important story. Although there are many hostages, over 100 hostages that are being held for 115 days from all walks of life, children, 1-year-old child, seniors, women, family members are being held hostage. I want to rise today to say the story of a 34-year-old Israeli-Colombian hostage by the name of Elkanah Bobat, whose family I met this past December. Elkanah is not just an Israeli-Colombian. He is a beloved sibling of Jacob and Uriel Bobat, the loving husband of Geraldine Bobat, and a dad of a 3-year-old. Before October the 7th, Elkanah had just opened up an ice cream shop in Tel Aviv and was looking forward to taking his 3-year-old son there for the first time. Just imagine that, Mr. Speaker. A dad opening up an ice cream store and just waiting to see how his 3-year-old son will react when he first tastes that chocolate, that vanilla, that strawberry ice cream. I think we could all identify with the magic of that moment. But now, every passing day for Elkanah and his family are a waking nightmare. The last time Elkanah's family saw him was in a Hamas video that was taken on October the 7th, alongside other hostages, and in it, Elkanah was severely injured. Elkanah has been forced to survive each passing day in the depths of Hamas tunnels without ventilation or fresh air, fighting through asthma attacks because he is asthmatic, without his medication. At 115 days, Mr. Speaker, Elkanah's life is hanging in the balance. Every day is a day of hope for all of us, and we will not give up on our actions to bring Elkanah Bobat home, as well as the other hostages. Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from New York, where I am originally from, for his really incredible leadership and work to bring the Hispanic and Jewish communities together so that we can continue to fight oppression against both of our communities. And now it's my privilege to yield 3 minutes to someone who has become a dear friend of mine, the gentlewoman from North Carolina who sits on the Foreign Affairs Committee and has been a national Jewish community leader, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, for 3 minutes.
Thank you to my dear friend, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and all you have done in this time of such tragedy for the Jewish people. Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, Hamas terrorists invaded Israel by land, air, and sea. They slaughtered over 1,200 innocent civilians, brutalized and raped women and girls, and took more than 240 hostages, infants, children, elderly, even Holocaust survivors. After long negotiations, many of those hostages were released with devastating trauma, weight loss, emotional and physical injuries, and that's why I am so worried about the remaining hostages. It's been over 100 days of mourning, of pain, of uncertainty. For more than 100 days, these people have been trapped in despicable underground tunnels with no fresh air, no sunlight, little water, little food, no comforts, and certainly no medical care. Knowing all this is simply unbearable for the hostage families. I've been meeting with the families of the hostages for months, and their stories have been heartbreaking. Their stories have haunted all of us. And today, I want to share the story of Carmel Gott and her family. Carmel Gott is a 39-year-old occupational therapist who lives in Tel Aviv. She was visiting her parents at Kibbutz Be'eri when Hamas attacked. First, they killed her mother, Kinneret. Then they grabbed Carmel and carted her away. Next, her brother Alon, her sister-in-law Yarden, and their 3-year-old daughter Geffen were all grabbed by Hamas and thrown into a vehicle. Just before the vehicle crossed into Gaza, Alon and Yarden, with Geffen in her arms, jumped out of the vehicle and decided to run to safety. Yarden realized that her husband could run faster than she. She said to her husband, "You take Geffen because you can escape." She sacrificed herself, and Yarden was taken hostage. Thankfully, during the first round of hostage releases, Yarden was released, and I watched her reunion with her family with real joy. But the joy was tempered because Carmel was not released. She was not released because she's not a mother. She has now been held captive for nearly 4 months. Before her capture, Carmel was planning on starting her master's degree studies in October. She is a lover of music, of traveling, someone who meets new people wherever she goes. Carmel is a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a friend to so many. My heart breaks for her family, her loved ones, who do not know where she is, whether she's safe, whether she's been beaten or violated. As a beautiful young woman, she is certainly at risk, and I am deeply concerned for Carmel's safety. I'm deeply concerned for all the women who are being held hostage by Hamas, because we have seen more and more reports of what Hamas did to women and girls on October 7th. They brutalized women, they raped them, they beat them, and they mutilated them. And we have heard from those who were released that we need to get those women released as soon as possible, because Hamas uses sexual violence as a weapon of war. We must bring Carmel and every hostage home. I will keep using my voice in Congress to call for their safe return, to demand that the International Red Cross be allowed to visit the hostages in Gaza and administer aid to all of them and report on their condition. We must hold Hamas accountable for their war crimes. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman lady for her powerful words and for her leadership as the co-chair of the task force to combat the bipartisan task force to combat anti-Semitism in Congress. Next, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey, who is a member of the Black Jewish Caucus in Congress and a leader in the Fort Worth area in his district in bringing the Black and Jewish communities together. 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to first of all say to my dear friend, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, the gentlelady from Florida, I just really admire her perseverance in making sure that this stays in the forefront, because it's important that we continue to talk about this, because this atrocity that took place on October the 7th can't be forgotten. And one of the most important and critical pieces of what happened on October the 7th that can't be forgotten is obviously the hostages that were taking place. And it's been 4 months since twin brothers, Ziv and Gail Berman, were brutally taken from their home to be held in Gaza. I want you to know that's nearly 4 months. And as a dad, I cannot imagine the pain and anguish that Ziv and Gail's mother, father, and their loved ones feel each day when they wake up, knowing that those twin boys aren't at home. I say twin boys, but they're both 26 years old. And y'all remember what it was like when you were 26 years old, because you're still really in the infancy of your adulthood. Do you want to go and hang out with friends, go to concerts, be able to go out and eat, celebrate momentous occasions with your close friends and family? And they're not able to do that because their lives were shattered and their families' lives were when they were taken hostage. And I know that this particular subject about what happened, about the horrendous tragedy that happened on October the 7th, has been divisive for this country. But I will tell you something, that regardless of how you feel about what's happening, we should all be able to come together. We should all be able to come together to say enough is enough. All of the hostages need to be returned now. All of the hostages need to be returned today, regardless of how you feel. And that is something that each and every one of us should be able to come together to say and be resolute about, that loved ones need to be reunited with their families. And so again, I thank the gentlewoman from Florida, my dear friend, for putting this together. I'm going to keep talking about this. I hope each and every member of Congress, regardless if you are in the Progressive Caucus, the New Dems, if you are a Republican or conservative, whatever it may happen to be, that we continue to talk about this. I'm going to, because it's important, and we cannot stop until these 26-year-old twins are home and each and every person that was taken hostage on October the 7th are returned to their families. Thank you. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Texas for his compassion and his leadership, and for helping us to keep the plight of these hostages in the public eye, and as a mother of 24-year-old twins who knows exactly what you mean in the way you described that. Now I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel, who has been a mentor and friend of mine for literally my entire adult life. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Representative Wasserman Schultz. You know, Mr. Speaker, I make these remarks with a very heavy heart. As we've heard today, we mark 115 days since the darkest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists attacked Israel and mercilessly took the lives of 1,200 people. They tortured, they maimed, they raped people, and seized over 200 hostages. Among the hostages, as you look at the photograph behind me, Daniela Gilboa and Agam Berger, two vibrant young women, 19 and 20 years old, respectively. Agam, a skilled violinist since 4th grade, and Daniela, a singer with a captivating voice. Teenagers full of life, with dreams and aspirations. And they have been held in captive almost 4 months, most likely in the dreadful underground tunnels in Gaza, where air and food is scarce and abuse is abundant. Recently, I had the privilege of meeting with the parents of Agam and Daniela. Their hearts are heavy, burdened by a living nightmare and the constant terror of the exploitation they dread their daughters are experiencing. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, over 100 hostages, including Daniela and Agam, remain separated from their loved ones, and it is terrifying to even think of the fear, the brutality, and the perverse mistreatment they are experiencing every single day. It's been our solemn responsibility to share their stories, and it is even a greater responsibility to bring them home. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her leadership in highlighting these two young women, especially given her role as the chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, a distinguished member of the Ways and Means and Foreign Affairs Committee and a leader in the Jewish community in his home district.
Thank you, my friend. Mr. Speaker, 116 days, more than 130 hostages, including 6 Americans. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to join with my colleagues to call for the immediate, unconditional release of the more than 130 hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. Among them is an American citizen with deep connections to my district north of Chicago, Hersh Goldberg Poland. Hersh was last seen on October 7th, kidnapped, wounded, and being taken at gunpoint to Gaza. His left arm had been severed just below the elbow, blown off by a grenade thrown into a bus stop, where Hersh had sought refuge with approximately 30 others fleeing the carnage at the Re'im Music Festival. Most in the shelter were murdered. Hersh, bloodied and dazed, was kidnapped. Hersh is the son of John Poland and Rachel Goldberg, both originally from Chicago. Hersh has family and friends across my district. Hersh's aunt, Abby Poland, is a dear personal friend of more than 30 years. His cousins went to school with my kids. His grandmother, Leah, has been an inspiration and a pillar of strength. I join all of Hersh's family and friends in praying with all my heart and with all my might for Hersh's safety, for his health, for his safe return. Hersh, a vibrant 23-year-old, should be home with his parents and his 2 sisters, planning for his future. He actually should be traveling on a planned trip he had that was scheduled to leave last month. In fact, El Al Airlines has held his reserved seat, praying for his return. We must do everything we can to bring pressure on Hamas to release Hersh and all the other hostages. We need the UN and the international community of the Red Cross to demand Hamas immediately provide access to the hostages and ensure their unconditional release. We need Qatar and Egypt and others to do more, to do whatever is necessary to bring the hostages home. I refuse to let the hostages be forgotten. Tonight, with all my colleagues here, we stand on this House floor imploring Congress to do more, to do everything we can to work to save the hostages. To Hersh's parents, Rachel and John, to the parents, grandparents, kids, brothers, sisters, the loved ones of every hostage, know we stand with you. We feel your pain. We hear your pleas. We share your hope. Bring them home. Bring them home now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his relentless advocacy and for his partnership in continuing to help make sure we can keep a spotlight on the plight of these hostages who have been kept in captivity for 115 days now. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield 3 minutes to a dear friend, the first pediatrician ever elected to the United States Congress, the gentlewoman from the state of Washington, Ms. Schreier, Ms. Dr. Schreier, for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Representative Wasserman Schultz. You have been an incredible leader at this very hard time. Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, we witnessed the most horrific, gruesome, terrifying attack on Israel in its history. Thousands of Hamas terrorists invaded Israel and specifically targeted innocent civilians, including women and children. 1,200 Israelis were murdered, and women were specifically and systematically brutalized. Now, 115 days later, 132 hostages are still being held by Hamas. Officials believe 18 have died. The others remain in horrific conditions and have not received required medical checks from the International Red Cross. I have met with the families of several hostages, and they need our voices and our advocacy to help bring their loved ones home. Here's two. Naama Levy is 19 years old and is active in a peace movement, bringing young Israeli and Palestinian people together seeking peace. Doron Steinbrecher is 30 years old, a veterinary nurse who was kidnapped from her home. Just imagine if your daughter, sister, or partner were held hostage by Hamas terrorists for 115 days and the torture of not knowing whether they are alive. Consider for a moment what it must be like to live a nightmare every day, wondering what horrors they might be enduring. Released hostages have reported sexual violence and rape, drugging, beating, branding, and deplorable conditions. Hamas has not allowed the ICRC to assess the condition of the hostages and has not provided proof of life. We in Congress, we in this country need to do everything in our power to keep these hostages and their families in our hearts, to tell their stories, and to bring them home now. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her leadership and appreciate her participation tonight in continuing to shine a spotlight on the captivity of the hostages. Now I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, a dear friend, Mr. Cohen, who has also been relentlessly continuing our efforts to make sure that we can apply the pressure necessary to bring the hostages home. Mr. Cohen, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for scheduling this special order, Mr. Speaker. This is almost without the ability to speak because the horrors that have occurred on October 7th in the killing of people and the taking of 240 hostages, 130 or so, 110, I believe, alive, still in captivity by Hamas, is unthinkable. Unthinkable to normal human beings, but thinkable to Hamas, whose purpose in their charter and statements that they've made as recently as a week ago from leaders is to erase Israel from the map and to kill all Jews. The war is horrific, and I have many people who I represent who have been supporters of mine for years who are upset that I have not called for a ceasefire. I share with them grief at looking at the rubble in Gaza and the people killed, the children that have been killed, the children that have lost their limbs, the children who will never recover from this trauma. But as Bret Stephens said so well in the New York Times this past week, every single death is the result of Hamas because they broke the ceasefire on October the 7th. This is the 5th time they've gone to war on Israel, and they continue to have the same purpose, to eradicate Israel and to kill all Jews. That's Israel's neighbor. Bob Dylan one time wrote a song called The Neighborhood Bully, Israel. But Bob said you'd be a bully too if those were your neighbors. That's what they've got right now. Noah Argmani was taken, put on a motorcycle and taken out of Israel, and she reached up and said, "Please don't kill me." She's still there. Mr. Pollan, who Representative Schneider talked about, lost his arm. Who knows what condition he's in now, if he's alive. There are efforts to get the children, the elderly, the women released with a 6-week or 2-month ceasefire. The United States has participated, and President Biden's largely responsible for it, working with Qatar and Egypt. And hopefully they'll be successful. They should also include the injured. And they should also include the people who've been killed so they can be reunited with their families and buried. It's horrific conditions. Unfortunately, it's transpiring. And I do want to say on this floor, one of our members in particular has referred, and I think it was President Trump who started it, refers to the people who tried to take this chamber, come in here and hang Mike Pence, hang Nancy Pelosi, and take members of this Congress as hostages or beat them. And she's referred to those that have gone to prison, prisoners, criminals, as hostages. It's a disgrace to these people behind me, whose pictures are behind me, who are hostages. Those people aren't, and anybody who says it should be ashamed. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. Thank you, Mr. Cohen, particularly for highlighting the abomination of an idea that a terrorist entity should be allowed to live on the precipice of a nation and remain a threat, as Hamas continues to do. Now I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, a new member who has been a stalwart leader ever since October 7th and beyond, and we appreciate your participation tonight.
Thank you very much to my friend from Florida, who's been such a terrific mentor and model for so many of us. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us this special order hour to highlight the horrific conditions 116 days into captivity that more than 100 hostages are enduring. I stand before you today to highlight the tragic case of Noa Argamani, a 25-year-old Israeli woman who many know from a video posted by Hamas on October 7th of her being abducted by terrorists and taken away on a motorcycle, screaming, "Don't kill me." This is a still photo from that video. You can see the absolute terror in her eyes as she is being kidnapped into Gaza by armed terrorists who had brutally murdered, raped, and tortured her friends and fellow Israeli citizens. This is a photo of her before October 7th, a beautiful smile full of life, hope, and a bright future ahead. Noa should have been released with the other female civilians who were released during the temporary ceasefire 2 months ago. That was one of the categories that Hamas had agreed to release. But she was not. And we know why. Hamas broke the agreement with Israel because they did not want Noa to describe the rape and violence that she endured in captivity. We know from other hostages that were released at that time that the same awful sexual violence that occurred with horrific brutality on October 7th continued in the dark, damp, cramped tunnels in Gaza. And that was 61 days ago. 2 months. At least as of 16 days ago, we know that Noa is still alive. We know because Hamas released a psychological terror video of her sitting with 2 other hostages. But we know nothing about her condition because Hamas refuses to allow the International Red Cross into Gaza to check on the medical conditions of the hostages. That is required by international law. But somehow, for many, the fact that Hamas is a designated terrorist organization that has violated countless international laws and ceasefires, I might add, seems to give them a pass at adhering to international law about medical checks and wellness visits. Since when do we allow terrorist organizations to dictate how international law operates? And what makes this even worse is that we haven't heard anything from Qatar, nor Egypt, nor Turkey, nor any other country with influence on Hamas to push them, to prod them, to allow international medical professionals to access the innocent civilian hostages, even though we know from those who have come out that their conditions violate a host of international laws. I have met with families and mothers of some of the young women who remain in captivity. They, of course, are devastated, worried, and distraught about their daughters. But you know what keeps them up at night? They assume that their daughters are pregnant with babies of Hamas terrorists. Imagine that being a mother's final thought before she falls asleep and her first thought when she wakes up. Noah's mother, Leora, has an additional heartbreaking cause for urgency. You see, Leora is currently battling terminal stage 4 brain cancer. She is desperately hoping that she can see her daughter before she passes away. And this tragic story hits me especially hard because my father died of brain cancer 34 years ago when I was just 13 years old. I remember to this day the last time I got to see my father before he died. I still feel lucky to have been able to say goodbye. Noah deserves to have that same memory too. And Leora deserves to die with the peace of mind that Noah is out of captivity and, hopefully, on her way to healing. I want to read an excerpt from a letter that Leora Argamani, Noah's mother, sent to President Biden. She wrote, "I am terminally ill with stage 4 brain cancer. All that's running through my mind before I part ways with my family forever is the chance to hug my daughter, my only child, one last time. We cannot wait any longer. Noah will soon lose her mother. And while every single additional day that Noah spends in captivity could be her last, it could also be her mother's last. The international community must pressure Hamas to immediately cease their illegal kidnapping of more than 100 innocent civilians who are being tortured, raped, and horrifically treated. Israel has reportedly agreed with the United States, Qatar, and Egypt to make significant concessions to Hamas to release the hostages. It is now incumbent upon Hamas to agree to do so. And for that to happen, the international community must apply pressure on Hamas to agree to the proposed ceasefire and release the hostages. We must bring them home. We must bring them all home now. Time is running out. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from New York. That is a searing account of the absolute importance that there is in ensuring that we bring the hostages home immediately to their families. Mr. Speaker, I am really proud and thankful to be joined. That makes our special order hour bipartisan, although I know there are far more members on both sides of the aisle that share our sentiments. A woman who's become a dear friend, especially because of the experiences we've shared together. Unexpectedly, over the last several months, we were part of a bipartisan, bicameral delegation that was in the region on 10/7 and returned at the end of December. The gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, who is a veteran of the United States Army of 24 years and an ophthalmologist, and I appreciate her advocacy and passion about making sure that we bring these hostages home. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Iowa.
Thank you, Representative Wasserman Schultz. On the morning of the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah on October 7, 2023, as Representative Wasserman Schultz said, we happened to be in the Middle East at that time. And Hamas terrorists launched unimaginable and barbaric attacks on Israeli citizens by air, land, and sea. These attacks resulted in the death of over 1,300 Israeli citizens, including 30 Americans, and over 250 individuals were taken hostage. Following these attacks, I introduced House Resolution 777 to condemn these horrendous attacks and demanded the immediate release of all hostages in Gaza. However, 4 months later, at least 130 hostages are still being held by Hamas, including American citizens. Earlier this year, I was proud to join Senator Joni Ernst on the bipartisan and bicameral congressional delegation to Egypt, Israel, Qatar, and Bahrain to advocate for the Americans and Israeli citizens still held captive by Hamas. While in the region, we heard from family members, and even though we had heard from family members here in Washington, D.C., hearing from the family members, released hostages, and leaders in the region about the escalation of crimes committed by Hamas against women. And it was heartbreaking to meet with these members of the Kibbutz Nir Oz community and family members of Judith Weinstein and Gaj Haji, American citizens that were killed by Hamas, whose bodies still remain in Gaza. Additionally, we heard the frustrations and living nightmares of the families of Americans still held hostage. Eden Alexander, Hirsch Goldberg Poland, Itai Chin, Keith Siegel, Omar Nutra, and Sagu Dekelchin, and to hear of 2 children, one who had recently turned 1 and the other 4 years old, that are still held in captivity. While I'm grateful for the 100 hostages that have been released so far, it's essential that the Biden administration do everything in their power to demand Hamas release the rest of these hostages. While Hamas released women, children, and grandparents, Israel was required to release 3 times, not innocent civilians, convicted terrorists. Examples of charges of opening fire on Jewish civilians, stabbings, and arsons. I want to thank my good friend from Florida, Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz, for hosting this important special order. And I will continue calling for the safe return of all hostages held by Hamas and to deter the concerning rise of anti-Semitism in the United States. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her solidarity. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the members, Jewish and non-Jewish, Democratic and Republican, for joining us tonight. Mr. Speaker, I close by reminding the American public the hostages that you heard about this evening have been held captive in Hamas's captivity for over 115 days. Hamas must end this crisis today by releasing the hostages and allowing them to be reunited with their families. I hope every American understands that Israel is fighting to rescue her people and to protect her citizens from a terrorist organization that is dedicated to destroying the state of Israel and carrying out the October 7th attack against Israel and the Jewish people over and over again. The United States will not let Hamas succeed. The Jewish people will not let Hamas succeed. Any people with a shred of humanity would not let Hamas succeed. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I in this chamber will continue to stand with Israel and fight for the release of those held captive, of those being brutally abused, sexually violated, and we will continue to make sure we shine our white-hot spotlights on the plight of these hostages until they are safely home with their families and until Hamas is eradicated as a threat on Israel's doorstep or to anyone worldwide. Am Israel Chai, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you for all your words. Ms. Wasserman Schultz and my friend, the good doctor. Being from Scottsdale, my community has actually family that have been devastated by what's going on in Israel. So, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, have you ever had one of these moments where you're walking out here and one of the reporters shoves their little recorder in your face, and it's not till sort of the next day that you start to realize with what you wish you would have said. So last week, a young man sticks his microphone in my face and goes, "Aren't you tired of going to the floor every week and saying the exact same thing?" If that's true, I apologize to the poor team here who has to try to write down our words to listen to this. I don't think I'm saying the exact same thing. It's the same theme because it's true. The problem is every week it's getting worse. And we just do nothing. So we're going to walk through some of the numbers of what's happened in the last couple weeks, and maybe someone will actually hear the words instead of thinking I'm giving the same speech that I was giving a year ago, because the numbers are dramatically uglier. And if I don't talk too long, I'm going to try to actually at the end here walk through some things that are positive, but it's just going to require this body to actually do something. So just to sort of point out that I'm no longer alone, I'm now starting to finally see in some of the mainstream press, not just the financial press, not just the bond press, but actual coverage of, and look, here's Robert Rubin, the former Treasury Secretary under a Democrat president. The U.S. is in a terrible place fiscally. It's a Democrat. Here's the head of J.P. Morgan, Jamie Dimon, driving towards a fiscal cliff. Okay? Now, when Taleb, now for those of you who are fans of Black Swan, Anti-Fragile, actually, I loved both books. I'm a little bit more of a George Gilder fan when it comes to economics. For anyone that knows who that is, you're a real geek. But he's basically saying, and my understanding is he's quite liberal. He's an economist who basically predicted the black swan, and then it happened. He talks about fragility, which is something I've come here and talked about over and over, that with the scale of debt, the fragility we've created, he basically saying death spiral. Anyone care? Are these just people you want to ignore because they're not giving you free rein to just keep borrowing and spending? So we're going to walk through some boards, because that's sort of what we do here, because I found when you're talking things with 12 zeros on it, no one can picture them. So first off, to demonstrate how much uglier the numbers are today than they were even way back when, like last December. Does anyone remember the Wayback Machine a month ago? Understand, CBO updated their numbers. The update was $1 trillion additional borrowing on what was projected. And our joint economic economists, we're working on some math right now, and I'll show it over and over on the board. If we don't see some substantial turnaround in tax receipts or the bending of healthcare spending, we may borrow $3 trillion this year. And I'm trying to find ways to get people to pay attention. So if I tell you at the current borrowing rate, every 140 days, we click off another $1 trillion of borrowing. $1 trillion every 140 days. Is anyone hearing this? So, back to our Wayback Machine. This is a board I produced for a floor speech last month. So I think I did this in December. Anyone that's really smart, that's able to read really small type, can you catch the mistake? We were basically saying, hey, we're going to head towards a deficit that, the deficit, all discretionary, military included, is $1.7 trillion. and then you add up everything else with it, and we're going to have to borrow this wedge. Well, if I tell you right now that our prediction is somewhere around $2.6 trillion to $3 trillion of borrowing, if our budget that we get to vote on, remember, all this over here, as a member of Congress, you don't vote on. It's Medicare, it's Medicaid, it's Indian Health Service. It's the things that are on, actually Indian Health Services is actually an appropriated item. It's the things that are on formula. So it's the vast majority of our spending are on autopilot. Process this. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. Plus, congratulations, it looks like every dime we vote on is borrowed, plus another $1 trillion. So let's just assign it to something. $1 trillion of Medicare is going to be borrowed, and then we don't vote on it. So next time you have someone say, well, just balance the budget, we're going to balance it right away, you can wipe out every dime in the military. You can wipe out every dime of what you think is this government. So there's no State Department, there's no Supreme Court, there's no Congress. Maybe we'd be better off. But there's nothing. It's all gone. You still got to borrow another $1 trillion just to cover the mandatory, what we call the earned entitlements. The wheels have come off. And we'll do everything we can to avoid telling you the truth. And CBO, to their credit, basically a couple weeks ago got up and said, hey, we screwed up. We were telling you we're going to borrow $1.6 trillion, $1 trillion, maybe $800 billion on the outlier. But it turns out tax receipts came in $477 billion lower is what we're projecting. And it turns out that outlays, mostly healthcare costs, outlays are up 9%, $564 billion. Add that together, that's another $1.041 trillion on top of the projection we were given as we entered this new fiscal year. How many members have you heard come behind these microphones and even tell you the truth of where the math is at? Because we don't want to talk about it. It terrifies us. It's hard to get in front of your audience that, you go back home to your district and say, hey guys, you remember that whole budget thing? Remember when I used to get up in front of you and say we can cut this? Or if you're a Democrat, we're going to raise these taxes over here and everything will be fine. None of that's true. I have come behind this microphone over and over and over, soaked myself in kerosene, played with matches, and told the truth. And you go home, and I'm blessed. I have one of the best educated districts in America. My folks get it. But I get up in front of other audiences, and you almost get booed. Because telling the truth is painful. I had a conversation about 2 hours ago walking through the tunnel here with a member of Congress who's smart. Does more military stuff, but smart. And he made it very clear how upset he is when he sees what I'm doing, because he has to go home and explain it. But you add in the $1 trillion miss from CBO, and we may be about to borrow almost 10% of the entire economy this year. We're already running about 9.6 of our entire GDP right now is our borrowing this year. So I'm going to walk through a number of boards, but first let me nail down how bad the borrowing numbers are. Then what we're going to do is we're going to actually talk about the GDP numbers that came out last week, which were good. And then why we should be terrified that in a time when you actually may have long-run GDP at this and your borrowing's up here, something is horribly wrong. Dear God, what happens if we actually hit a slowdown? What does that gap become? Do we actually have the capacity to keep borrowing at this rate? And will we have anyone here willing to tell the truth about the math? Or does this continue to be a math-free zone because it's inconvenient? So once again, my latest math and our economists, because I'm blessed, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to be the senior Republican over the Joint Economic Committee, so I have the economists, and we've been remarkably accurate the last couple of years. For those of you who've signed up for the daily debt text message, thank you. For those of you who get it and don't like it, screw you. Math is math, the truth is the truth. But it looks like we're going to head to 2.8 to 3 trillion this year at our current burn rate. Remember, the entire economy is about $27.5 trillion. If we hit $3 trillion in borrowing, that's more than 10% of the entire economy is in borrowed money in a single year. Is anyone else terrified? And this one's important, and forgive me if I hit you with the board. It's always dangerous sitting behind me when I'm doing this. When we all go home to our town halls or we're at our Costco talking to people, how many of you understand when that person comes up to you and starts banging on you because they want more spending? Social Security is our number one spend. This year it will be, this fiscal year, it will be about $1.45 trillion. Interest now is over $1 trillion. And the reason you see the little darker blue here is there's a difference between gross interest. Gross interest is when the little sliver that we also pay when we strip the money out of the Social Security Trust Fund, and then we pay them interest, and then every month we have to give them back some of their principal because they don't have enough employment tax revenues to cover the Social Security checks. That's why in 2033 the Social Security Trust Fund is emptied. And our brothers and sisters on Social Security take a 25% cut, and we double senior poverty, which is another thing we're not allowed to talk about here because they'll run nasty ads about you saying, you talked about Social Security. Those that don't talk about it aren't trying to save it. And then number 3 is Medicare. Number 4 is defense. That's where we are budget-wise this fiscal year. Defense is not number 1, not number 2, not number 3. It's 4. Interest is now number 2. Little different than the folklore that when we go home and talk to people at our grocery store, what they think they know. It's our obligation to start telling the truth. So, for those of you who do get my daily debt text message, you would have seen this about 2 hours ago. We are now borrowing over $85,000 every second. Every second. And our projection is it's going to continue to go up. And this is even with the little bounce down we had over the last couple months in interest rates. Now we're back over 4.1, or sitting at 4.1 around on the 10. But as you also know, Treasury last month decided to go shorter on the curve. Now they're possibly going to go longer on the curve. We'll get the announcement, I think, Wednesday, what the mix is going to be over the next quarter. Remember, we have to bring about $10 trillion to market this year, this fiscal year. Before we were telling you that $2 trillion was going to be Virgin, new issuing to handle the excess spending this year. And the rather 7.9, $8 trillion, well, that was just the refinancing. Now I need to stand in front of you and say there's a chance we're bringing $3 trillion of new issuances at this interest rate and everything else gets refinanced. It's the death spiral. And we are so close. Maybe this is the time, because I should say it 4 or 5 times. Congress has decided they don't want to be in charge. Let's be honest. You see the clown show we engage in around here, where someone gets their feelings hurt, or someone wants to make up some crap, or we're going to fight over this much on discretionary, yet the fact that if you're borrowing $7.4 billion every single day and we knife each other for several weeks over $16 billion of savings. You saved 2.5 days of borrowing, but we never got around to the big issue, and that's the clown show we've engaged in here. And I know I'm being a jerk, but I'm just so frustrated because I'm terrified this is going to wipe out your retirement and my kids' future. And I have young kids, and they are adorable, and they deserve to prosper. Is borrowing $85,000 a second what you all intended to hand your children? And yet, I'll show in one of these boards here, and I need to say it over and over and over again, Congress has decided we're not in charge. We're not capable. So you want to know who's now in charge? The bond market. The U.S. bond market, the international bond market, is now the one that's going to walk in one day and say, hey, and remember, this actually happened in the 1990s. During the Clinton administration, there was a period there where they basically said, nah, we're going to go on a bond purchase holiday. Interest rates spiked up. White House absolutely freaked out. Congress actually stepped up and did something. And guess what? By the end of the decade, we had substantially a balanced budget. But it took the bond market to kick this Congress in the head. It took a bond market to kick the White House in the head. The numbers are dramatically uglier today than they were in the 1990s. I'm just waiting for the moment when the bond vigilantes say, hey, now's a great time. Let's throw the trigger. Let's go make some money off U.S. sovereign debt. Let's kick every U.S. taxpayer in the head because that Congress isn't willing to step up and do what's hard. But there are things we can do. The problem is every day we wait, we're another $7.3 or $7.4 billion in debt. And every day we wait, the window gets narrower. And the left's basically, their make-believe world is, well, we'll just tax rich people. Well, I'm going to show you that's a complete fantasy. And I've done that for the last 3 times I've come from behind these microphones. So what's our point? Every 140 days we're borrowing $1 trillion. Got that one. Number 2, if we don't do it, the bond market will do it for us. But when they do, it's ugly. And for every member here, if that happens, you have the obligation to go home and explain why you didn't step up and try to do something. And number 3, I'm going to show you that the fantasy of the left, well, we're just going to tax rich people, gets you 1.5 points. In a fantasy world, maybe 2% of the economy. For those of us on the right, everything we are able to cut, we might get 1 point. Maybe we get 2 points. But if we're borrowing almost 10% of the economy this year, does anyone see a math problem? $2023, which was supposed to be a rough year borrowing-wise. We were supposed to start flattening things out because in 2023, last year, we still had a bunch of the Democrats crazy spending on everything from their Inflation Reduction Act, which is completely Orwellian name. Proves you can just name anything around here, and it doesn't have to actually do with what the legislation does. Some of the other fiscal stimulus, some of their infrastructure spending, CHIPS, all the things we were handing money out. 2023 was supposed to be the rough fiscal year. And in the first 3 months in 2023, last fiscal year, we borrowed $490 billion. First 3 months of this fiscal year, we've borrowed $834 billion. Anyone see a math problem there? So, what does that mean to you and I and the sovereignty and the stability of your country? National debt expected to hit $35 trillion during April. Remember? Last month? Well, earlier this month, we had 34. 140 days, we hit 35 trillion. Oh, it gets so much better. That actually means if we've hit 35 billion in
April, first week of May. That means in September, just about the time we've ended this fiscal year, we could be crossing 36 trillion. Can't wait to be going into the election cycle in November saying, hey, in just this year, we clipped through 34, 35, now we're at 36. Hey, great job, gang. And the hardest part is to stand in front of that audience back home and say, every dime of today through the next 30 years of borrowing, CBO, Congressional Budget Office, calculates interest, health care, mostly Medicare, and then in 2033, so what is that? 8 budget years, 9 years from now, that first year, the shortfall, when the trust fund is gone in Social Security, that first year, $616 billion shortfall. And the next year it's bigger, and the next year it's bigger, and the next year it's bigger. And that's in the 10-year window. That's in the 9-year, that may be in the 8-year window. But we're going to not talk about it because they'll run nasty ads about us because we talked about something that we need to save. And the immorality, the absolute immorality about this place. We're going to double the poverty of senior Americans in this country in 9 years. And the Democrats say, well, just raise the FICA tax. I'll be here next week or the week after that. We are killing ourselves to get the incredibly accurate numbers. Raising the cap on those $400,000 and up doesn't get you anywhere close to it. Our best estimate is it only covers about 20% of the shortfall. You're still doubling senior poverty at that moment. And if you tax your way to fix it, you've consumed every dollar of available tax. You almost have now tax maximized everything. Functionally meaning, what are you going to do with the other 2/3, 3/4 of the growth of the debt, which is mostly healthcare? I've come behind this microphone dozens of times showing the revolution we could have in healthcare costs. The revolution we could have by adopting technology, changing the way we do things, crash the costs of the debt, crash the costs of the government, grow the economy, family formation, healthcare, everything else gets better. And then you get screamed at walking down the hallways here because that's going to screw up my business model or this agency. You'll shut down our agency. Why do you want to put us out of business? Because I'm trying to save the country. You know, it's just at some point it's exhausting dealing with the bedwetting around here. You're going to have to work with me a little bit on this. We tried to do the GDP growth number that came out earlier, actually I think it was into last week. Terrific number in many ways. But we took it for the last year. And then we also annualized the debt so it also matched the same dates. So, so that fancy word, ceteris paribus, whatever that word is, basically saying same time frame, same dates. So if you actually had GDP growth from that fourth quarter 22 to fourth quarter 23, the whole economy, every bit of the economy grew about $1.5 trillion. That's actually much better growth than the economists said we were going to have. Problem is, we borrowed $2.6 trillion during that same time. So the borrowing actually may have been what was driving much of the GDP growth. We did it with debt. And here's just a basic thought experiment. If you're able to tax, now our traditional tax, we get about 17% of the economy. You know, if you lived in a fantasy world, it makes the math much easier. Say 20% of the economy. If I grow $1 trillion of GDP growth, that's $200 billion in tax receipts. Anyone see my math problem? So if I needed to cover $2.6 trillion of borrowing, you need a GDP growth dramatically bigger than this. Remember, $1 trillion of GDP growth, this is just rough numbers off the top of my head, gets you about $200 billion. I need 10, almost 10.5 times that just to produce enough new tax receipts to cover the debt. Because once again, the debt is demographics. We got older and we don't like to talk about it. Are we going to magically change the demographics? But we know what's ahead of us. So, look, another way to look at this. Increase in national debt outpaced growth in the economy by more than $1 trillion over the past year. Fine. Pretty much the same thing I was just showing you. So debt, and this is actually normalizing it for the time gap. So you had about $1.5 trillion of GDP growth. That's terrific. Still borrowed about 2.5, 2.6. Breakdown. Just I want to make sure because some people get upset. So the chart I just showed you was actually borrowing to the public. This over here is total borrowing, gross borrowing. Publicly held, what's the difference between gross and net sort of borrowing? One is where we also borrow out of the trust fund. So over here's the Transportation Trust Fund, over here's Social Security, over here's Medicare. Understand, that cash just doesn't sit there. We borrow, we do pay interest. And then we got to pay it back. And remember, once again, because I've given this as a presentation a dozen times, Social Security Trust Fund, gone 2023. Medicare Trust Fund, gone 7 years. Transportation Trust Fund, gone, what, 5 years? And then there's a dozen other smaller trust funds that are all gone in that time. Do we have any understanding the level of recapitalization we have to gauge in the next 9 years? But I'm sure glad that today we're back here in Congress and behind all these microphones, we're going to spend some time talking about how the economic survival of this country is our most important. It's not like it's our job. And here's one of the intense ironies. Tax receipts. First 3 months, tax receipts are up 8%. Being on Ways and Means, being the senior Republican over the Joint Economic Committee, this number's terrific. 8% growth in our tax receipts. That is absolutely terrific. Oh, but gross interest is up 37%. Outlays are up 11.8%. The deficit grew 21%. Anyone see a math problem? Just if you would actually hold the deficit growth to the tax receipt growth. But the problem is we don't control the interest. And we don't control our brothers and sisters turning 65 and moving into their earned benefits. We've known the numbers. We knew baby boomers were around for what, 65 years? It was just uncomfortable to talk about the actual math. So let's actually go into a little bit more of the fun stuff here. So why are so many Americans cranky? I believe this chart shows it. You take a look at economic growth. So the numbers of 90s, 2000s, 2009 to 2017, under President Trump. Look at these. Under President Trump, you had a 9.8% growth in your income. So far, when you adjust for inflation, the growth in your income, you're negative today. You are poorer today than you were 30 months ago. I actually try to explain. Some people talk about, well, there's this MAGA thing out there, and then there's these populists, and these people are really upset. It's because they're poorer today. Working class Americans, this is our working class brothers and sisters out there. They're working their hearts out just to try to survive. They are poorer today. In my community, the Phoenix Scottsdale area, unless your wages are up about 20 to 22% over the last 30-some months, you are poorer today than you were 30, 32, 33 months ago. No wonder you're cranky. You may not completely understand the math of inflation and everything's more expensive and how are you going to finance your next car and have you seen your mortgage rates? But this chart shows it. And for my brothers and sisters on the left, have some love, have some compassion. Understand people are getting crushed. Stop making excuses. All right, this one falling apart. And I was just going to try to make the point, because we're now going to walk into some of the tax economics. I've used this chart a number of times. We were basically looking, the point here, if we can confiscate it, every dime of people that make $500,000 and up. So you make $501, that $1 is government's. We just confiscate everything. We get about $1.5 trillion. And before, when we were doing this chart for 2024, we were walking around saying, and we're going to borrow 1.7. Does anyone get the joke here? It's now 6-7 weeks later since we produced this chart, and it's no longer 1.7 we're going to borrow. Now it's almost $3 trillion at the current burn rate. But we can confiscate every dime of people $500,000 and up, and you get about 1.7 trillion. And I need to invest in more tape. Thanks. And one more time, I've done versions of this. And the real punchline here is, as you show, if we, all untaxed persons and small businesses, adjusted gross income, AGI, annualized earnings above the listed income threshold. All right, what are we saying? If we took every dime of $500,000 and up, I get about 5.3% of the economy. We're going to borrow over 10. Or it looks like we're heading towards borrowing 10% of the entire economy. Now, obviously, if you started confiscating every dime, you crash the economy. It's just basically to try to demonstrate the absurdity of the math that seems to come from my brothers and sisters on the left. So let's walk through, and I'm going to do this one again. Now, I'm not going to make you suffer through that one. Go on to Manhattan Institute, Brian Riedel. Go back about 4 or 5 months. He basically gathered up, and I've done the whole study as a floor speech here. He gathered up all the sort of studies that say, what's the tax maximization rate? What happens if you took people over 400,000, over 500,000, and maximize their income taxes, maximize their estate taxes, maximize their capital gains taxes, maximize their corporate taxes? He did it all. And there's this concept of tax maximization. You got to understand, if I tax you at 100%, how much tax do I get from you? 0, because you're not going to work. Well, if I tax you at 0, I get 0, because you're going to work a lot, but you get to keep everything. There's this concept here, and the best models start to say, hey, once you start to get around 62% on income tax, you actually roll over, and you actually start getting less. And people say, well, back in the 60s and 50s, but understand also the number of deductions you actually had in that time. No one actually paid those rates because you got to deduct this, got to deduct your meals, got to deduct your interest, got to deduct your credit cards. So you got to do that, line them up. So Brian at Manhattan Institute basically took all those taxes and said, I'm putting everything at its maximum tax rate for these high income earners. And then he adjusted it for the economic effects and basically came back and said, hey, you're going to get 1.1 to 2% of the economy in new taxes. Remember, that's the Democrats' plan, is we're going to tax rich people, we're going to maximize all their taxes. Let's say you get the 2%. How many times have I already mentioned we may be heading to, because right now we're burning what, about 7.5? No, actually, no, right now we're burning almost 9% of, if you do total gross borrowing of the economy. We may hit up as high as 10. CBO before was projecting we'd be at like 7.5%. But anyone see a math problem? If the tax nirvana of the left gets you at most 2%, more likely 1.5%, and you're borrowing 10, does anyone see a math problem? But yet, we have so many people who don't want to hear this. You know, the 12 people who are probably watching this, if you're on the Democrat side, you've already turned off your television. If you're that reporter that stuck the mic in my face, you didn't want to hear this because this doesn't reaffirm your sarcasm. For my brothers and sisters on the right, I can find you 1-2% of the economy we can cut. You know, and there's really brutal cuts I would support because we don't have a choice. We have to deal with the morality right now. We borrow money to send it to city, state, others who actually have their own taxing authority. And they're programs I love. Should we do that? Everything's borrowed. So, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask how much time I have?
The gentleman has 23 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I promise I'm only going to use a few more moments. There's some things I'm optimistic about. And I promise sometime in the next couple of weeks I'll get here and I'll actually make some charts. It's just in the last 30 days the numbers have moved against us. The CBO has admitted they missed the numbers by over $1 trillion. And I'm just angry. I hear no one talk about it. So one of the presentations I did almost a year ago was talking about a market way to take on drug costs. Now understand, I'll bring the charts in the next week or so. The actual drug costs as our total healthcare costs are actually pretty darn small. And then you have a substitution effect of how many procedures, medical surgeries, other things no longer need to happen, you know, how many people actually get healthier. But what I was trying to sell was a theory. The Democrats want to do a rationing price control model. It functions in Europe. Let me see if I can try to explain this. In Europe, you actually have something, a formula. It says, if a certain drug doesn't create an additional quality life year, and it costs more than a certain dollar amount, you don't get it. So there's some countries, it's been a couple years since I did this. Great Britain had one where I think if the drug was more than like $13,000 a year, but didn't create an additional quality life year, they just didn't buy it. It's a type of rationing. It's sort of a cost cap on functionally your life. And that's what the Democrats' H.R. 3 from a couple years ago did. It actually created a rationing with a cap. And that's what they actually did in, I believe, their Inflation Reduction Act. They're very proud they're going to start negotiating prices on 10 drugs. Fine. Doesn't do much. Look at the actual economic effect. It doesn't really do much. So let's actually think about some of the crazy things that have started to happen in the pharmaceutical marketplace over the last few months and what we could do policy-wise to keep this disruption moving faster and faster and faster to disrupt the price of drugs. Bit of trivia. Are generic drugs, off-patent drugs in America, more expensive or less expensive than the rest of the world? They're about 16% less expensive in the United States than they are in Europe. Those are the off-patent. So it's the patent ones we get our heads kicked in. So, but how do you take the entire drug ecosystem and change it? And think of some of the things that are going on around us. You just had one of the large PBMs say, benefit purchasing managers, say, okay, we're changing our model, It's no longer this formulary. We're just going to buy drugs at the best negotiated price, and we're just going to do this sliver of markup, and we're just going to sell them at that. So the complaint that they were playing games and some drugs they were making really expensive, some they were selling cheap, that's over. Now you actually had one of the major manufacturers say, screw it, we're going around the system. We're selling directly to our customers. The manufacturer's now going to sell directly to the customers. Okay. Then you have others like, which I'm fascinated with, companies like Civica, which actually isn't a company, it's a co-op. And as a co-op, everything from a state Medicare system or Medicaid system to an insurance company to hospitals to this and that. And they're taking generic drugs and they're just making them themselves. And this is one of my arguments about insulin prices. They're making 8 versions of insulin, generic insulins, and they're selling it, they intend to sell it for less than the Democrats' subsidized price. So the Democrats come behind these microphones and say, we hate Big Pharma. And then their plan is they turn around and say, let's give $16 billion to Big Pharma. We'll buy down the price of insulin. We'll tell people we actually did something. Yet a co-op is going to do the same thing without government money and do it for less. Does anyone see a problem here? And then by them doing the $16 billion of handing that money to Big Pharma, they actually make the concept of putting together co-ops to actually make generic drugs more difficult. It's just, once again, the insanity. One of the weight loss drugs, one of the molecules that, it's not semaglutide, it's the first molecule that was patented. That one came off patent January 1st. I think I'm allowed to say, because we've been actually having lots of conversations with some of the generic drug manufacturers. Expect in May to see one of these diet drugs that block, that actually produce the hormone, do those things. They'll be generic in May. And we know some of those have been just stunning miracles. There's some great studies out there that actually its effectiveness may change the U.S. economy. Let's see, what else is also going on? Oh, you just saw Florida got the right to re-import from Canada. My understanding, Colorado, I think there's a couple Indian tribes which are making applications to the FDA to re-import. Some of the economists say, oh, that's not going to make much of a difference. It's not about it making a difference. It's the concept that for many of us who love markets, you may see it as chaos. I actually see it as a market battling each other to bring things to the public faster, better, cheaper, provide optionality, different silos where you can purchase. And through that, we increase your choice, your optionality, and we maximize price efficiency. And you actually see these incredible things happening. And now there's a whole new world we're going to have to figure out is if that's happening on this side of the ledger, and then what did you also see? I think it was in December, we had the first genetic drug that cures come out of the FDA. Sickle cell anemia. They change the genetics, and it's now approved. It's out the door. It's really expensive. But why it's a miracle is now we know how to do it. We actually know how to do an actual genetic drug. One of the most powerful things we can do for this society is no longer engaging what the left so often does is ration, subsidize, and maintain your misery. There's a group of us here who believe cures are the greatest morality and also the best economics. There is hope. Mr. Speaker, there is hope. But until we actually start to tell the truth about how fast the debt is moving against us, the window's closing on us fast. And for so many of our Democrat colleagues, the con used to be, we'll stall. The Republicans will get squeezed and they'll have to agree that just tax hikes, because that will be the only option that's left. Problem is,
The debt is so huge, or to quote my 8-year-old, so ginormous, that the tax option only closes a small portion. The solution is in policy. I desperately had hoped we would be up and working on things like the Debt and Deficit Commission, because for those who are freaked out, they might raise taxes, they might cut programs, they might do everything. But the vast majority of saving this country from the death spiral of its debt is actually in policy. The problem is when you do policy, you take on a whole lot of business models, bureaucracies, the way you force people to compete differently. And this place is often a protection racket. It's a protection racket of this business model, of this bureaucracy. And yet that disruption is, the morality is in the disruption. It's also our path we save ourselves. And if we wait much longer, it doesn't matter. The bond market will be the one that actually runs this place, runs this government, because we will have basically walked away from our chance to be the influencers. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commend a new initiative by the business community and law enforcement in Placer County, spearheaded by the District Attorney's Office, called the Placer County Retail Theft Initiative. You can see here a printout of signs, window signs, that businesses in Placer County can now display. It says, "This business is protected by Placer County's Retail Theft Initiative. Warning, Placer is invested in holding those who steal from our residents and businesses accountable to the greatest extent the state law allows." Now, the reason this is necessary is that there has been an epidemic of retail theft in California, owing to very misguided changes to the state's criminal laws, as well as very misguided choices by certain jurisdictions to defund police and to have prosecutors who refuse to enforce the law. What Placer County, which is a county in my district, is doing is saying that we are not one of those jurisdictions. We are a pro-public safety county, and what's more, even though the state's criminal laws around retail theft are very weak, the county is using the full authority that exists in those laws, maximizing the accountability that can be brought to bear on those who choose to steal. And so these signs have been distributed. You can actually get them from the District Attorney's Office. My office has some as well, if you're a business and would like to display one in your window. And it serves as a real deterrent. And what's making this possible is the Placer County Board of Supervisors has voted to accept a $2 million grant for the Placer County District Attorney's Office new retail theft vertical prosecution team. With these grant funds, the DA's office will add a full-time deputy district attorney, a district attorney investigator, and a crime analyst to work on the investigation and prosecution of retail theft crimes. The vertical prosecution structure provided by the grant allows for cases to be handled by the same investigator and prosecutor from case filing through adjudication. So you can see here the broad coalition that is behind this initiative. It's not just the DA's office, it's the Sheriff's Office, it's the Roseville Police Department, it's the Rockland Police Department, the Auburn Police Department, the Lincoln Police Department, Colfax, as well as the business community. You have the Roseville Area Chamber, you have the Lincoln Chamber, you have the Rockland Area Chamber, you have the Auburn Chamber, the Forest Hill Chamber, Colfax Chamber, Loomis Basin Chamber, an entire coalition that has come together in order to make this a very clear deterrent. So again, this is an actual sign that businesses can have in their window so that thieves who are walking by will see that if they choose to prey upon this this business, if they choose to steal, then that crime is going to be reported, and they're going to be held accountable to the full extent that the law allows. In this way, I believe Placer County is setting a model for jurisdictions across California. And in fact, this isn't the first time that Placer has done this. Placer County was also the first county in the state of California to obtain a murder conviction for fentanyl. Again, the state's laws, similar to retail theft on fentanyl, are not as strong as they should be. The legislature and governor have refused to act to pass stronger laws, but the district attorney's office has managed to use the authority within existing law to bring the full measure of accountability on those who prey on the public. As Placer County District Attorney Morgan Geyer said, Placer County is known as a problem solver on key issues affecting our state. Our county's collaborative and innovative approach to statewide problems, coupled with our ability to address these problems proactively, makes Placer County a leader in addressing challenges affecting our quality of life. This retail theft initiative shows that we are united and dedicated to fighting retail theft in our region. And it's one reason, by the way, why folks want to come to our county. While people across California, the population of California has been steadily declining, it has actually been increasing in our county, and a major reason is the dedication of those who are in public safety roles and the support that exists in our community for supporting law enforcement as a key facet of maintaining our quality of life. Now, of course, you can look at other parts of the state, like San Francisco, where you are seeing precisely the opposite, where there's this downward spiral of retailers continuing to close. It's like a new business every day seems to shut down. The city itself is losing population faster than any major city in U.S. history. And so, ultimately, the state of California needs to reform its broken criminal justice system. Initiatives like Prop 47 have dramatically reduced the consequences that are available for retail theft, for open drug use. Other policies like Prop 57, Realignment, and many more have weakened our ability to hold offenders accountable. But what Placer County is shown is that even with being dealt a bad hand from the state, it is still possible for the community to come together to insist on accountability. And I think that what they're doing is a great model. And I'd certainly encourage any businesses within Placer who are seeing this to pick up one of these signs in order to protect your establishment. Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration's Department of Labor has announced a new independent contractor rule that amounts to one of the most potentially harmful economic policies that has come out of this administration or any administration in recent history. It's estimated that this new rule, which restricts significantly the ability to be an independent contractor, to work as a freelancer, to be your own boss, that it could cost upwards of 3.2 to 3.6 million full and part-time jobs. And here's the thing, this is not a matter of speculation. Sometimes when you have a proposed policy, you can do an economic analysis and try to forecast what the effects might be. But in this case, we know exactly what the effects are going to be because we have already seen them play out in California. This new independent contractor rule is based upon California's infamous AB 5 law, which was signed by Governor Gavin Newsom in 2019. The effects of that law have been absolutely devastating. In fact, a study out of George Mason University just a few weeks ago found that the law in and of itself has reduced self-employment in California by over 10% and has reduced overall employment by over 4%. That's potentially hundreds of thousands of jobs that have been lost in California because of this one law. And that's what really makes this law uniquely devastating. is that California has a lot of very harmful labor and economic policies, and we're seeing a lot from this administration as well. And oftentimes as a worker, as an entrepreneur, as a small business owner, there's a death by a million cuts effect where the costs imposed on your enterprise just add up to the point that things don't pencil out and you have to close down shop, lay people off, or move out of the state. Well, AB 5 was different in that it was one particular law that by itself cost many, many people their livelihoods, completely upended their whole career with the stroke of a pen. And we saw this effect immediately after AB 5 passed in 2019. Before it had even taken effect, we heard countless stories of people who all of a sudden had no ability to earn a living. The careers that they'd built over years, over decades, were snatched from them, were taken away with the effect of this one single law. And so after the law went into effect, in a matter of weeks, we compiled a whole book full of stories, AB 5 stories, and many, many more have been added since. And as this new rule is about to take effect, I'm planning to share some of those stories with the American public so that folks who are outside California know what is in store if and when this new Biden administration labor rule takes effect. So for today's story, this is from John, who very shortly after AB 5 took effect, he said that because he's a guest orchestral conductor and says, I depend on my contractor status to maintain sustainable fees, well, not fleecing orchestras. He says, because of this bill, AB 5, I just lost my first scheduled job with an orchestra. $9,000 that would have put a dent in my student loans or helped pay my insurance, paid for food and shelter, is now gone, all because of AB 5. And there are countless other stories that I'll be sharing from this floor. If you're an independent contractor in California who lost your livelihood because of AB 5, please feel free to reach out and share your story with my office so that I can share it with folks across the country and certainly folks here in this House of Representatives as a warning about what the effects of this legislation are going to be. Now, we are fighting against this policy, this new independent contractor rule, which will destroy millions of livelihoods. We are fighting against it in every way that we can, using every tool available. First, I'm introducing legislation under the Congressional Review Act to nullify the new rule. This is a fast-track procedure where Congress can override an executive agency. Second, I've secured language in the Labor Appropriations Bill providing that no funds may be spent to enforce the rule. This would effectively render it a dead letter. Third, I've joined with Representative Elise Stefanik to author the Modern Worker Empowerment Act, which creates a clear legal standard to protect independent workers. Fourth, I've endorsed the Department of Labor Succession Act, which has already passed through committee, which is going to stop Acting Secretary Julie Su from remaining in that position indefinitely. Julie Su is Biden's nominee to be Secretary of Labor. She was rejected by the Senate. Her nomination was returned after almost a year last year in the face of bipartisan opposition. Yet President Biden has insisted on keeping her at the helm of the Labor Department as an unconfirmed secretary. Why is that? Because Julie Su was the architect of AB 5 itself. She was Gavin Newsom's Secretary of Labor in California and was the chief enforcer of AB 5, which is why, for anyone who questions that the new national policy is based on AB 5, why in the world would they promote, of all people, the architect and lead enforcer of AB 5 into this new rule, if not to do the exact same thing for the whole country? Fifth, as chair of the House Subcommittee on Workforce Protections, I will continue to conduct rigorous oversight of the Department of Labor, and we will do everything possible to protect this administration, to protect American workers against this independent contractor rule and other administration overreaching policies. And finally, it's worth mentioning that there are now two different lawsuits as we anticipated, challenging the independent contractor rule. One is reviving a previous challenge to a previous version of this rule on procedural grounds, and then a second that was recently filed by a group called Fight for Freelancers that has partnered with the Pacific Legal Foundation, is challenging the rule itself on a few grounds. On the ground that it doesn't comply with the statutory authority that has been granted to the agency, that it violates a statute that prohibits arbitrary rulemaking by an agency, and finally, it is a constitutional challenge saying that the vagueness of the law essentially amounts to a violation of due process. So that is all to say that we have hope of stopping this destructive policy from taking effect. And I will continue to share the stories of those who have already been affected in California in hopes that we can save millions of American workers the same fate. Mr. Speaker, we recently received some good news, as the United States Supreme Court has decided to hear a case called City of Grants Pass versus Johnson, which could mark a turning point for the homelessness crisis in California. And just to provide some context, let's consider the full breadth of that crisis. It's been 20 years since Governor Newsom rolled out his plan, then mayor of San Francisco at the time, to end homelessness in San Francisco within a decade. It's now been 20 years since he announced that. And this happened this anniversary happened to coincide with the Department of Housing and Urban Development's annual homelessness report to Congress. Among the findings of the HUD report are that California has the highest homelessness rate of any state. California has had a 30.5% increase in homelessness from 2007 to 2023. That's the highest increase of any state. California accounts for 28% of America's homeless, and about 50%, that's half of the nation's unsheltered homeless. San Francisco, for its part, has had the second highest percent of unsheltered homeless youth and unsheltered veterans of any city in the country. So there are a lot of reasons for these appalling statistics and the tragic realities that they represent. It is political failure, where we have had policies dealing with crime, for example, that have released many people from prisons too early and don't have appropriate consequences for criminal activity. There is our state's soaring cost of living that is a result of many different political failures. There's the inadequacy of our state's approach to mental health and substance abuse. And then there is the complete wastefulness and lack of accountability when it comes to the billions and billions and billions of dollars that are being spent at the state and local level to address the homelessness crisis. In fact, as the state has continued to spend more and more and more, many, many times more than it has ever spent, the homelessness problem has only continued to get worse. And there, in fact, is an audit coming in California that's finally going to look at homelessness spending. But on top of all of these political and policy failures, there have been significant judicial impediments to dealing with the homelessness crisis. And that is a series of decisions by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, beginning with the Boise case and its progeny, that have made it difficult, if not impossible, to enforce anti-camping ordinances and to otherwise clear out homelessness encampments from public spaces. And if you talk to city leaders, county leaders, leaders of municipalities across California, they will tell you that this line of cases is the bane of their existence, that it is a significant obstacle in the way of common sense policies for dealing with homelessness. So the Supreme Court has now taken up this case, and I am very hopeful that the court is going to do the right thing, that it's going to restore the proper authority to local officials to deal with homelessness in public spaces. The initial line of cases that the court will be examining is based on a very distorted view of the Eighth Amendment. And so I believe that the legal argument here is one that will coincide with what's best from a policy perspective. So I'll be urging the court to make the right decision here. But at the same time, if and when the court does that, when it provides these new tools to folks at the local level, we finally need to have the political accountability for our state leaders to address homelessness in the right way, so that we don't now, 20 years from now, another 20 years from now, continue to set the standard for having the most homelessness of any state in the entire country. Mr. Speaker, we have some good news in the bill that has just been released that is a major tax bill here in the House of Representatives that will be moving through the House and likely coming up for a vote very soon. The good news is that several measures that I have co-sponsored that provide important tax relief have made it in to this tax bill. And I wanted to provide a few examples because these are significant ways in which we are now using the tax code in order to stimulate the right kinds of economic activity. So one of the measures that made it into the bill is H.R. 2673, the American Innovation and R&D Competitiveness Act. What this does is eliminates the 5-year amortization requirement for research and experimental expenditures, thereby allowing continued expensing of such expenditures in the taxable year in which they are incurred. What this does is it enhances the competitiveness of U.S. companies, particularly when it comes to competition with China and otherwise across the board. Another provision that's very important that's found its way into this bill is H.R. 2406, the Align Act. What it does is makes permanent the expensing of certain new business equipment. This expensing allows the deduction of the full amount of an expensable item in the same taxable year instead of being depreciated under the current IRS rules. Again, this is a very important provision for stimulating manufacturing and enhancing our competitiveness here in the United States. A third measure which has made its way into this tax bill is H.R. 4970. That is the Protect Innocent Victims of Taxation After Fire Act. This measure, which I've co-sponsored, excludes from gross income for income tax purpose any amount received after 2019 and before 2026 by an individual taxpayer as a qualified wildfire relief payment. It defines such payment as compensation for expenses or losses incurred as a result of a federally declared forest or range fire disaster. So this is just common sense and much needed. It corrects an injustice for Californians who've suffered greatly because of our state's catastrophic wildfires and then found they were going to be taxed on the settlements and compensation that they received. And finally, within this broader tax bill is another measure that I've co-sponsored, H.R. 3238, the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act. Now, this does a number of things to stimulate housing production that we so direly need in the state of California. It increases the per capita dollar amount of the affordable housing credit and its minimum ceiling amount beginning in 2023, and it extends the inflation adjustment for such amounts. The low-income housing tax credit subsidizes the acquisition, construction, and rehabilitation of affordable rental housing for low and moderate income tenants. That's what we're talking about here. And this measure that's now been included in the broader tax bill extends and updates it to create new housing opportunities in California and across the country. It also increases the number of credits allocated to each state. That is, the legislation would increase the number of credits available to states by 50% for the next 2 years and make the temporary 12.5% increase secured in 2018 permanent, which has already helped build more than 59,000 affordable housing units nationwide. It also increases the number of affordable housing projects that can be built using private activity bonds. This provision would stabilize financing for workforce housing projects built using private activity bonds by decreasing the amount of private activity bonds needed to secure housing credit funding. As a result, projects will have to carry less debt and more projects will be eligible to receive funding. And finally, this improves the housing credit program to better serve at-risk and underserved communities. This legislation would also make improvements to the program to better serve veterans, victims of domestic violence, formerly homeless students, Native American communities, and rural Americans. I look forward to the opportunity to support this bill and enact these provisions into law that will stimulate our economy, will stimulate housing, and will provide the full measure of compensation for wildfire victims in our state. Mr. Speaker, last week I introduced the Safe Home Act, which provides a tax credit for folks to harden their homes against wildfires. Now, right now in California, we have not only experienced devastating, catastrophic wildfires in recent years, but as a result, we are now in the thick of an insurance crisis where folks' rates for fire insurance have absolutely skyrocketed, and people are losing their plans left and right. Insurance companies are pulling out of California. More and more people are being kicked on to what's called the FAIR Plan, which is not a good option for a lot of folks and imposes enormous costs. And this is having ramifications for homeowners, for businesses, for folks looking to buy a home, for folks looking to sell a home. It's even in one of my counties impeded an affordable housing project from even getting off the ground. And the situation continues to get worse and worse and worse. We've seen State Farm and Allstate say they're no longer issuing new plans in California. Other insurance companies such as Maristar, Uniturn, and Kemper Independence have said they're not going to renew policies in 2024 for homeowners. And unfortunately, we have not seen much, if any, meaningful action from the governor or from the legislature in California. So folks really, really need relief. People are having to pay thousands more than they anticipated, and a lot of people simply cannot afford it. So I have proposed a number of policies over the last few years to try to provide individuals with relief. And what the Safe Home Act does is it at least provides folks with some relief based upon the work that they themselves have done to try to reduce the risk of wildfire. Because that's what's so frustrating to a lot of people, is they do everything they possibly can to mitigate the risk of fire in their home, to harden their home, to create a fire break, but they don't get rewarded for it. The insurance companies don't take that into account, and they still see their rates skyrocket just like anyone else. And so what we want to do with this bill is provide some relief to those people, and at the same time to create an incentive for more people to harden their homes so as to reduce the risk of wildfire. So specifically, the Safe Home Act, which I've introduced, creates a 25% refundable tax credit for wildfire mitigation. It includes a phase-out starting at $200,000, and it drops by 25% every $25,000 in income after $200,000. And at $300,000 in income, the credit's phased out. There's also an inflation adjustment for any year after 2024 equal to the cost of living adjustment. The credit is only made available for a primary home that a federal natural disaster declaration has been made within the preceding 10-year period with respect to a wildfire, or is it adjacent to an area that has had a disaster declaration, and it would sunset on December 31st, 2032. So it's a modest measure. It's not going to impose enormous costs, but it's going to provide real relief to folks who really need it and who are doing the right thing by trying to reduce the risk to themselves and their neighbors. So I'm hoping that this is a measure that will receive broad bipartisan support, but I recognize that it is not a comprehensive solution to this very serious problem. And so I call upon my colleagues, especially in California, but also other states that are seeing similar issues, to come together to provide a backstop, the needed policies to do whatever we can at the federal level to stop this crisis from continuing to spiral out of control. And I also call upon the state leaders in California to do their part as well. And finally, we need to recognize ultimately that the way to truly get the insurance crisis under control is to stop having catastrophic wildfires in California on a regular basis, which of course come with loss of life, loss of property, destruction of communities, as well as not to mention a tremendous amount of environmental harm. We have seen effective forest management practices work, and we have seen ineffective forest management practices lead to tragedy. I'll give you just an example from one fire in California, which leveled the town of Grizzly Flats in my district and spread far elsewhere and almost consumed the city of South Lake Tahoe. This is the Calder Fire in El Dorado County. The federal government was supposed to have done mitigation work, a mitigation project that could well have stopped the Calder Fire from ever spreading. But years and years and years went by, and the project never got done. And so the fire started, it leveled Grizzly Flats, it put many, many people out of the home. By the way, the Biden administration has still not delivered the individual assistance that was promised to the residents of Grizzly Flats. But then as the fire spread and it made its way towards Tahoe, you might remember these surreal scenes of ski slopes that are just aflame. But it didn't end up destroying or even making a dent in the town of the city of South Tahoe because of the absolute heroism of the firefighters there and the first responders, but also because there had been mitigation work done in the Christmas Valley, thanks to a policy change that had fairly recently been made in this Congress, which provided a categorical exclusion from environmental reviews for projects in the Tahoe area. If it were not for that policy, that work likely would not have been done, and the fire could have been that much more devastating. So I am sponsoring legislation that would build on that success story and would try to, it would have a policy change where you could have the same expedited process for doing fire mitigation work throughout the national forest system. When you go and talk to folks in the Forest Service and the other groups and stakeholders and folks in government that are working to mitigate the risk of wildfire, they will all tell you this would make an enormous difference. So in order to get the fire insurance crisis under control, it is above all necessary that we do everything we possibly can to stop these tragedies from continuing to occur in California. I'm sponsoring a number of measures to do that, but we have to act with urgency to stop it because the risks will continue until we do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.